Let's go, chat. Let's go, let's go, let's go. Yes, it's true. I have the norovirus. That's not gonna stop us. You know what I have to say to the norovirus? A 50 bomb. Let's go. I don't care how I feel. I don't care what happens. All I know is I show up, I grind, I push forward, I make progress. It doesn't matter how you feel. It doesn't matter. Let's check the Stripe dashboard. Let's see what we're working with here. All right, looking good. All right, looking good, looking good. All right. What's up, chat? Jibber, what's up? Mute the app, what's up? How's it going, everybody? All right, let me turn the music down a little bit and give you guys a quick rundown. So we have one goal for today, which is don't get hospitalized, all right? You guys are gonna have to keep me, you guys are gonna have to make sure that you keep an eye on me because I have the norovirus right now. If you guys don't know what that is, basically it's like a virus that it can cause like a bunch of things, but for me, I've been throwing up since 2 a.m. So I am on, it's like I took some medicine to make me stop throwing up, but I have some trash bags. Some of them are getting full, but if I have to throw up, I'll just throw up on the stream. And, you know, at the end of the day, it's all about consistency. Consistency is the key. And hey, if I don't show up, if I don't work, I'm not going to make progress. So we're going to stream regardless. We're going to show up regardless. We're going to make progress. And we have a ton that we're working on. I'm going to show you guys a ton of updates that we made yesterday that I was working. If you saw the no talking stream last night, there are a ton of updates and we're going to ship them all out in this stream. And if I have to throw up, then I have to throw up. It doesn't matter. Who cares? But let me get the chill music on. I do have the music back. Let me get it on and let's lock in. I'm about to say what's up to the chat, but if you guys are watching on Twitch, shout out to you. Thank you for the support over there. All right, we got the music on. Okay. Let me pull up the chat. What's up, guys? Antone over on Twitch. Let's go. Alex, what's up? Yeah, legendary throw up on the stream. Who cares? Who cares? And if we have to throw up, then we drop a 60 bomb, and then we'll feel better. So one thing I do want to say is that this is probably one of the bigger updates that we're going to ship out. This is what I was working on last night. Check this out. So we're going to expand this. And this is BridgeSpace for anybody wondering, but check this out. So basically, I can now CD into, let's say that I CD into BridgeSpace, right? If you click this little icon here, okay, you're now gonna get a drop down. And in this drop down, you can create a new Git work tree. This is where you can create your handoffs. It looks like we have a little bug there, UI bug. You can open up the Git panel for that directory. And this is an approach that we're taking now because in order to make BridgeSpace appeal to more people, we have to like turn it, we have to integrate Git. Like Git not being integrated into BridgeSpace is like a huge factor. So this is gonna be a very large sprint that we're gonna be doing today, but most of this is already built. If you guys look at this, you can now create a Git work tree. So I'll just do like test. I'll just do test here. Oh, and it looks like we have another, okay, you guys see that bug? I can't, so I just was working on this last night. If I just put, let's just do ST, whatever. So I can do create work tree, okay? And a work tree was just created. You guys can look at this here. And now, yeah, there's some bugs here because what did that even do? It just opened it up here. So I guess it opened up a fresh terminal. So we're gonna take a look at this. We have a ton of work to do today. We're gonna make it happen. Alex said, if you aren't doing more push-ups than Matt while sick, are you even really grinding? Let's go, dude. Well, that's the thing is it's all about momentum, guys. So if you guys are doing anything in life, you know, it's all about momentum. So if you stop, you take rest, you take breaks and whatever, like, yeah, I know it's good to take breaks from time to time, but at the end of the day, somebody that doesn't take breaks and pushes through it is going to end up outperforming the guy that takes breaks. So on a Tuesday, we've got a Codex event coming up. If you guys didn't know about that, there's an event for Codex. I think it's at like what? It's in a couple hours. So we could get a new model from OpenAI today. We're not sure. Let's launch BridgeVoice real quick. All right. GPT 5.5 is bad? I don't think so. I've been using a ton of GPT 5.5 today, just so you guys know. I've been using a lot of GPT 5.5. I need you to review the design of this here, and I need you to note that we need to improve the design of this dropdown so that it actually follows the theme. Right now, it does not follow the theme. All right, so we're gonna update this here. That bug that's gonna be fixed in the updated version. Stain said mindset is key 100%. Super Combo said send out a workspace of 30 sub-agents to plan, then review the plan, then build it one workspace. Trust. Wait, what do you mean? What do you mean, Super Combo? On what though? I came here for the vibes. Let's go. Oh yeah, we gotta drink water, guys. We gotta drink water. I mean, I'm not kidding. So I woke up at 2 a.m. and I was like, am I about to like throw up? I was like, what in the world? So I started throwing up at 2 a.m. and it just did not stop. So what can happen with a norovirus is that you're throwing up so much that you can't hold any liquids down. So it's actually very common for people that have norovirus to get hospitalized because they can't hold liquids in. So even though you're drinking water, you're throwing up so much that it literally like you're throwing up way too much basically. So all right, let's open this here. So Git, you guys can see this here. So Git is now right here. So if you look at this, you can see that Git is right here in the workspace. So if we go over to, let's just go to the BridgeVine API, what you're gonna see is we now do have Git integrated into BridgeSpace. We built this yesterday on stream, and this is a huge update, okay? This makes the reach of BridgeSpace a lot further because a lot of people that are working in production settings are, they need Git. And I think that like you can look at the example where, hey, when we made adjustments to the terminal, if I was working in like an isolated Git work tree, I probably wouldn't have had that issue. So it's just a thing. What effort level have you been using with Opus? I use extra high effort. That's typically my go-to. I gotta stop on the treadmill. I'm feeling nauseous, so I'm gonna hop off the treadmill for a minute. It's making me really nauseous. All right, let's go. All right. Yeah, so this isn't Gatorade, but this is electrolytes, and I just am gonna sip it. Yeah, I'm not gonna hop off the treadmill. Okay, so let's get some of these prompted. We have a lot to do. Like if you go over here, this is looking good. The file editor here, I think I did have some updates that I needed to make. Let's actually pull this up real quick. So let's go over the Discord real quick and let's check out support. So there's a couple of these here. All right, I'm pretty sure this one did work. Okay, hold on here. Okay. Bridge Swarm. Has this been added? Okay, let's check out some of these. So this is a feature request here. Hold on, let's check this one. What machine do I use? A Mac Mini? No, so I am using a Mac Studio. So this is my setup. You guys can kind of see it in this, but I have a Mac Studio M3 Ultra that's got 96 gigabytes of RAM. And then, okay, so this here, we definitely want to improve. So do you guys see the browser here? So I believe that this was something that we were working on. So if you guys look at this, this is a screenshot from the BridgeSpace browser. And what we want to do here is we want to make it so that the browser can actually be like opened up in like a separate window if you really want to use the browser. And there's a lot that I think that we're going to be able to do. And I'm going to show you guys what I'm thinking. But I actually have kind of I've had some like really good new ideas for BridgeSpace. What playlist do I listen to? Mute the Apps got you. Thank you, man. Appreciate it. Why did I get Hey Clicky? People told me to try it yesterday, so I did download it, and we are trying it. All right, so this looks fine. It's just that I want to be able to expand the browser, and then like same thing with like some of the file editors and stuff. Like if we could open up separate windows with those, like like, look at this. Do you see how this is all kind of trapped in this right sidebar? There's starting to be a lot of functionality in this right sidebar that I think that we could really make better. So if you look at this, like, here's the Git integration, okay? So this is phenomenal, okay? Git being integrated into BridgeSpace, this is actually a pretty big deal. If we go over to, like, let's just go to the BridgeMine API again, right? So BridgeMine API, it renders in all of the diffs, all of our changes, and then we also can see our history. And an idea that I then had after I did this is I thought to myself, man, we could probably start to integrate a lot of like custom functionality into BridgeSpace if we integrated the OpenAI CLI and made it so that users are actually able to like connect their BridgeSpace account. Oh, it's right here. This is it. Actually, now I see it. So open in separate window. Do you guys see this over here? So I just saw, I know that we were working on it last night. So I can click open in separate window and wow. So look at this. So now we can open that Git window in a completely separate window. And this was a feature request from somebody yesterday. I don't know their name by reference, but thank you to whoever referenced this. Make it file editor. It should be on the left side. I really want to make most of the time use on the left side. Yeah. So that's how it looks inside of like VS Code, right? Is like if I click on the editor, typically it'll kind of be like a button here that you can click, right? And so instead of it being like its own thing, it would be, so look at this. So I literally now have a focus window. Can I do the same thing with the browser now? Oh, I think I can. Hold on, let's open up this as well. All right, hold up here. So I think that this, if I open this up in a separate window, okay, so this one is saying that the browser failed to mount, but that's actually a pretty good step in the right direction. And I do like that more than just having all those things cramped in the side here. So let's give this to Opus 4.8. I need you to do an in-depth review of the bug that I'm getting when I'm trying to open up a browser in a new window, and I need you to help me get this solved, fix the issue. Okay, do you try to the audit? I have not. I don't even know the PewDiePie thing. People have been talking about that more. I don't know what PewDiePie is doing. I've heard that people have said that a couple times now. Alex said, I'm at the point now where looking at the terminal and what it is doing is not exactly necessary anymore. I think you should add something to just show if it's done and what it's doing instead. I actually agree with that. So like one thing is like when you're running all of these, right? Like, and I think that this is a problem with vibe coding and maybe that there's a way to solve it, right? But if you look at this one here, right? This was the agent that was working on, if we go back to our initial prompt, I need you to review the design of this here and I need you to note that we need to improve the design, right? So it's just a simple update of this drop-down menu here, but I think that it did like a structured plan first. Yeah, as you can see, it hasn't actually updated the styling yet. So if we go back over here, it now wants me to implement it, right? And you do need to get to the point where, excuse me, you do need to get to the point where, where you can basically just, I mean, I like that idea, Alex. I need you to proceed and implement the update. I mean, I think that that's fine. PewDiePie releases his own self-hosted AI workspace. That's cool. Collateralize over on Twitch said, are you using the AI you checked out yesterday? Don't remember what it was called. Is it any good? Yeah, so it's this called, actually, I did learn something from Clicky yesterday. So if you guys saw the very end of the stream yesterday, I've got like, do you see how I have like two cursors? This is this thing called Clicky, okay? So like, watch this. I need you to tell me what I'm working on right now. How many workspaces do I have opened up? So this thing can basically like see my screen.
Take a look at your workspace layout and count what's open.
Hold on. Yeah, so I don't know the best way to use this. I'm gonna mute the music real quick.
Working on the BridgeMine project, and you have 3 workspaces open. BridgeMine,
so yeah,
GPT 5.5, and BridgeMine Dev.
Okay, so basically what that is it's called Clicky. People were telling me that I should try it, but one thing that I even saw from Clicky is, you see how it says hold Control plus Option to talk? So it got me thinking, because yesterday what we were struggling with is we were struggling with getting the FN key fixed to BridgeVoice, because I would like for BridgeVoice to just have like a global push to talk key, where rather than having users set like push to talk keys themselves, which can actually like, I think it may have been like Minddragon. It may have been Minddragon, but he basically said, hey, I've got an issue with BridgeVoice. My push to talk isn't working. Would you help me? And he showed me, he's like, hey, I got my push to talk set. And I then like told him, I was like, oh, try using like your shift key, right? And he used his shift key and it worked. And the reason that it wasn't working is because the push to talk like shortcut that he had set was being overlapped by something else. So I think that if it's probably a better approach if you are like, you know, building an app that has any sort of push to talk functionality or push for some action that you do something with it and you actually kind of hard code it to like a particular thing. I don't get what's the USP of your app or apps, like what's the profit. So at the end of June, actually, I am going to be doing the first quarterly report for BridgeMind. So if you guys are, like, I've talked about this, and I am going to start doing it starting this month. So we've gone past quarter one, but for quarter two, I am going to be doing like a quarterly report where I break down pretty much all the money that I'm spending, all the money I'm making. But just so you guys know, I just made a post on X. And like, this is the Stripe payouts that I'm getting in the last 7 days, and it's over $10,000. So this is like literally after everything, after all fees, after all like any disputes, any refunds, this is the money that's actually hitting my bank account. Tomorrow I have $3,100 hitting the bank account, and you know, revenue, it's like, hey, like it fluctuates. But at the end of the day, like, I just want to be as transparent as possible. And I think that it would be really cool for us to be able to have something like that where basically we do like a quarterly report. I just think that would be like really cool. Okay, so this is what we're working on here. So if you guys look at this, you can see this is the design that Opus 4.8 is creating. Somebody asked, what am I building? So you're looking at it right now. So this is BridgeSpace, okay? This is an ADE. It's an agent development environment for vibe coding. And you can go check this out at bridgemind.ai. But this is what I use for vibe coding. I've been vibe coding for over 3.5 years. And let's just make it, I want the background to be more solid. It's a little bit transparent. Update the opacity respectively. All right, that bug is fixed. We need to get this shipped out like literally within the next like 15 minutes or 20 minutes, because if we have any bugs or anything, we're going to want to get them resolved. But there are a lot of things that we have updated locally that we just need to get shipped. We just need to get this stuff shipped now. Try hammer spoon with combinated key. Neil said, Matt, you inspire me a lot, man. I just turned 16 last month and I'm aiming to make 10K by the end of 2027. Dude, let's go, man. That is young. That is young. And I mean, this is my perspective. If you guys are watching this right now and you guys are young, and I'm young too, right? So I can't really say anything because I'm young too. So I'm sure that there's people that are like in their 30s or 40s or maybe even 50s that are watching and they're like, dude, you're young too. But like, if you're a teenager and you're vibe coding, I just want you to know that you are on the right track. Like, I wish that this technology was around when I was your age, because I would have been able to get a huge advantage. It's an incredible technology, and if you get started now, I watched the interview with Sam Altman, and I know a lot of people, you know, like or don't like Sam Altman, but it was interesting because he basically was saying like, hey, the people that are like really successful right now are the people that know how to use AI. Like, there's basically these people that know how to use AI, and they're the ones that are leading to all of the productivity gains in AIs. It's the people, it's not like, oh, AI is replacing people. It's the people that know how to use AI are just like super capable. Okay, add BridgeSpace skill that allows the agents to access a browser for testing. There is no installed way for the agents to access a headless browser for tests, builds an app automatically. Here is the example. Let me actually check rather than guess. Search the available tools for anything. This is actually a really good feature request. I'm going to investigate this. Pixel for web said I'm 50 and enjoying engineering more now than I was when I was 20. Yeah, because it's like now the thing is that now just way more is possible. Like just like in general, so much more is possible that it really is. It's changing everything. Okay, so one thing I do want to check. Okay, let's go back over here because I want to test this as well. Where is our way? I think it's in, okay, AI accounts is what it is. Okay, so you guys see how this says connected with ChatGPT? Do you guys see this? So I did connect my ChatGPT account to this, and here's the thing. I think that people are kind of moving away from, like, you don't want to use like token use, like just out of the box. I think that the companies that are subsidizing like OpenAI and Anthropic, now Anthropic is a tricky one because Anthropic has basically gone the route of they don't want people using third parties with their plans, right? Because hey, like I can rip through $2,000 of Claude Code in 2 days on my $200 max plan, but it's completely different if you use the API, right? So if you were wanted to use Claude Opus 4.8 and you wanted to use the API, you would get barely any usage. But the thing is that you can create products that are built around the Codex CLI. And that's kind of what I'm interested in. Now, I know that Anthropic isn't allowing you to do this. I don't think that Google is allowing you to do this either, but I think that it would be very interesting to be able to power BridgeSpace features with a Codex CLI plan. Now, you could make it so that maybe we have some cheaper stuff that comes out of the box, but I think that like this is the approach that people want, because if you're using tools like with the Codex CLI plan, I mean, you just get so much usage out of this. So it looks like this is connected. Let's drop this in, and I do want to see, okay, so this is all we have right now. I want you to improve the design of this page. I want you to integrate the OpenAI logo on this screen, and I also want you to make it so that the only thing that basically shows is the ability to connect your Codex account or ChatGPT account, review this, and improve the styling and design and make it super simple. Okay, so we're gonna try that. Let's submit that. I started vibe coding in 2023. That's awesome. Yeah, 2023, that was a great year to start vibe coding. I started in 2022 when ChatGPT initially released, and I mean, I just got addicted to it, you know, like it completely changed my life, that's for sure. Okay, appearance, shortcuts, here are all the shortcuts. I'm pretty sure when I click bridge, it like affects the audio. Let's solve this here. I'm pretty sure, let's test it again. The music stopped for a second. It's silent, and then now it's back. So that's a little bit of a bug. I want you to review and find the bug that makes it so that when I click on the bridge tab here in settings, it's making it so that my output audio gets affected. For example, my music that I'm playing on my computer all of a sudden goes silent. Would you figure out what's causing this and fix it? It should not impact that. Okay, somebody just said drink water. Thank you guys. Literally the only goal, I'm sick with the norovirus, if you guys know what that is. So I mean, I'm not kidding, I've been throwing up since 2 a.m. I did take I got a prescription for I don't know what it's called, but it's for anti-nausea. So I haven't thrown up in a couple hours, which is why I was like, okay, like I think we should be good to go now. You know, I think that also, like, if you drop a 50 bomb, that does help with the nausea too. Definitely noticed some effects there. So I don't know if it was the prescription or the 50 bomb, but one of the two helped me stop throwing up. And I can't drink too much at a time because I will throw up. But I mean, yeah, that's like it. You have to be willing to show up when things are hard. If you show up when things are going good, oh wow. So look at this, guys. So this was built last night on stream. Do you guys see this effect here? So this effect, what you guys are seeing is we're starting to prep for BridgeSpace 4, okay? And we've made 83 updates to BridgeSpace since the launch of BridgeSpace 3, and there's a ton of features that have been built and integrated into BridgeSpace, but we haven't really like bumped the version, right? So what we're doing now is the goal for BridgeSpace 4 is to really bring this all together and make it really easy to use all of these features that we've built into BridgeSpace, and to also work on making it more and more stable. So if you look at this, so BridgeSpace, your AI native terminal. Now I don't like the copy here. Like if you guys are familiar with AI, like AI native, that is such like the most AI thing ever. Mythos is going to be expensive, probably. Stain said it was definitely the 50 bomb. Yeah, I think so too. Okay, Lucian said you fixed the UI spoofing bug for getting access to recommend. I'm still working on that one. Okay, let's go over here. So this looks good, a living knowledge graph. So that's fine. I just want to see the content here just get a little bit better. Let's do this. Like AI native stuff like this, like AI native terminal. Like, come on, that's kind of. I need you to improve the copy of the content here. AI native is so AI sounding. Would you write clear and concise copy that follows the BridgeMind marketing style and copywriting guidelines for the brand? Okay, so I'm gonna submit this. Okay, Pin said this motivates me to quit my job and start solving real problems and just fixing broken stuff made by other people. Nowadays, if you know how to program plus know how to use AI, there's possibility. Yeah, that's very well said. I mean, and I'll continue to say it, but like there are things that are now possible that were not possible just 6 months ago. And that's why, hey, with the launch of Opus 4.8, hey, this is a good model. I enjoy using it. And same thing with GPT 5.5. Hey, these are both good models. And I actually am starting to think that GPT 5.5 is a model that you should be using in your workflow in a lot of scenarios over Opus 4.8, because this GPT 5.5 extra fast mode or extra high fast mode, you guys will see that this is actually way faster than Claude Opus 4.8. Now let's check. I don't think. Hold on, I'm getting nauseous, guys. All right, let's check the model. All right, so can we do? I don't think that we can do fast mode yet. Can we toggle on fast? Do you guys know if they integrate fast mode? Toggle fast mode. Oh, I don't know if Super Combo Gamer is here, but fast mode is. Okay, wait, hold up, though. Okay, so this is the issue. This is the issue that we have with fast mode, and I hate that Anthropic even does this in the first place. Do I use Redis? I do, yes. 3Ender said if he throws up on stream, do we all subscribe? I don't know. That's up to you guys, but I'll try and not. That's kind of gross to throw up on stream. I do have the bags here. A couple of them are full already. I've got a trash bag down there, though. All right, so this is the issue with fast mode. So if you want to use fast mode, which is like right now, Opus 4.8 is really slow. If you use fast mode, it's way faster. I mean, we can even check OpenRouter right now and see like what kind of speeds are we getting in OpenRouter. Hold on, let's just go over here. Just access it in the BridgeSpace browser, OpenRouter. All right, so look over here. All right, so look at this. So Opus 4.8 is running. This is the fast mode. All right, so this is the fast mode. It runs at 115 tokens per second, okay? So that runs at 115 tokens per second. The normal mode runs on Anthropic at 62 tokens per second. So you are looking at about 100% speed up. And the thing is that like for me personally, like I have 3 max plans, so I would rather just always have fast mode toggled on. If you look at GPT 5.5, man, we need to improve this browser. Sometimes I like can't click in inputs. That's so frustrating. All right, so for example, for this bug here, I'm gonna use GPT 5.5 to help me figure out what's causing this. So I'm gonna drop in BridgeSpace Tari. Okay. I need you to launch 3 deep dive agents to do an in-depth review of the BridgeSpace Tari browser, and note that there is a bug sometimes where I am unable to click into inputs on websites that I'm navigating in the browser. Would you do a deep dive and figure out what is causing this? All right. All right. GPT 5.5 is not good today. You don't think so? Snell over on Twitch. 3Ender said, hope you feel better. Here's 1 sub at least. Thank you, man. I appreciate that. I think we're gonna throw up on stream, guys. But that's okay. I mean, here's the thing. I've talked about this before on the streams. I just never want to feel like streaming is a job. I wanna stream whenever I want. And the thing is that especially with streaming, if you are more consistent, and this goes with anything, if you're more consistent with something, you're going to see payoffs much better. Like you're going to see way more payoffs. Hold on, what's this here? So this is the audio suppression. Okay, I now need you to launch 2 agents and fix the issue and polish up the code and make sure that no breaking changes were implemented. Well, okay, a lot of people are saying that GPT 5.5 is not good today, but this is one thing that you guys, hold on, I think I actually took a screenshot of this. So check this out. This was a post that was from, hold on, where is it? It was this one right here. Check this out, guys. So this was a post from Rohan. He said, tomorrow we're launching something special into Codex. It's been months in the making, and it's the feature I've personally been most excited to launch since joining OpenAI. Any guesses / hopes on what it is? And this tweet was deleted. And I'm pretty sure that that event is today. Somebody said, are you good? What's wrong with you? So I have the what's called the norovirus. So I've been up since 2 a.m. I haven't gotten a lot of sleep, and I've just been throwing up since 2 a.m. But the thing is that, like, I mean, yeah, it's up to you. Like, hey, if you want to just like let your circumstances control you and like be controlled by like outside circumstances, like, oh, I don't feel good, like I'm not going to stream. Like, yeah, like there's definitely a factor that there is a breaking point where, hey, if you're so sick that you can't stream or can't work, like maybe you should take a little bit of a break. But from my perspective, I'm like, hey, if I have to throw up on stream, then I have to throw up on stream. I'm showing up and I'm grinding regardless. Like, let's just make it happen, you know? Okay, I now need you to launch 2 deep dive agents. Wait, I'm pretty sure I already had these. Let's just copy that same exact prompt. Okay, Sarah over on Twitch said GPT 5.5 is Claude 4.8 level no matter what you say. Yeah, sure, not in total coding, but GPT 5.5 is better at backend and system, and being honest, 4.8 is good at both, etc. Just not better than GPT 5.5 at backend. I could get behind that. I would get behind that. I would agree with you. Okay, so this one looks good. This one's fixing this. Okay, let's go to the dev version. Okay, and let's see if Claude was able to fix that issue. Why is this not still updated? Hold up. Yes, update it, and I need you to include the keywords vibe coding, please. Vibe coding keywords. All right, let's go over here. Okay, so this is like kind of a cool UI, so you guys can see when you hover over these different elements, it's going to explain what it is. It's going to kind of give you that really cool look. But let's actually just launch a new BridgeSpace, and let's open up the side panel here. And what I want to test is I want to just go to like BridgeMind, and then I do want to open this up in a new window. Okay, wow. So, all right, Claude was able to get that working, but if you guys notice, do you guys see the bug? So we're going to fix this, and it was this one here. I'm just going to drop in the screenshot. I need you to review the screenshot and note that it is not properly fitting and filling the screen. Figure out why this is happening and integrate the update to fix this. What's the UI style like that gray style so much in the clean neon colors? It's so hard to prompt it on Claude. Yeah, so like what I do for the styling, I'll show this to you guys. So BridgeSpace has a ton of themes, okay? So I'm going to go over the appearance, and hey, we can choose black. We can choose Dracula. We can choose Solarized Dark. I don't know what your guys' favorite theme is. You didn't let me know. But yeah, actually, guys, let me know what your favorite theme is. That's going to blind people. Koi. Dark is cool. Black. Cyberwave. Which one looks the best? I typically will use this one here. The Dracula. Or this one. Which one looks the best? Yeah, this is the one that I use. Let's try the black one for a little bit. Black one's kind of cool. It's all black. All right. Dracula is cool. Yeah, flashbang. Dark City all the way. You like Dark City? All right. All right, this one looks good. All right, this one says that it fixed the bug. All right, let's be careful here. All right. All right, so I'm going to open this up. You know, one thing that's a little bit frustrating, though, is I still have not been able to rebuild that resume functionality that we got working. It's so frustrating because we had it working, but watch this. Like, let's just test this. You guys remember that resume functionality that we had working? We had to roll it back because Opus 4.8 did introduce that bug, and then basically we never got this functionality working again. So let's see where we're at with that. We could run this in debug mode in cursor and see if we can get some like logs and fix it that way. Cosma said, or at least I didn't see it. Oh, the cat, I didn't see that. How many AI counts limits are you using? So I pretty much have unlimited AI. So because BridgeMind is like, because of the way it's positioned, and this is always how I've kind of operated, is like, hey, back in the day when people were using like GPT-4, for example, okay? So you were using GPT-4. I'll never forget, it was literally it was about August of 23 to maybe like December of 23. but you got like literally the AI limits were you got to submit 25 prompts with a ChatGPT $20 plan. Okay, there wasn't a $200 plan yet. You didn't have super users. Like literally all you could do with AI was prompt ChatGPT. Okay, that's literally all you could do with AI. Now you can do so much more. But for example, when that was the only thing you could do, I literally had 2, and I bought 2 team accounts because you got a little bit more usage with the team account. So I basically had a team in ChatGPT, and with that team, I basically was able to get like pretty good usage, and that was just copying and pasting, and it's completely different now, right? And it's like, if you guys are just getting started now, to realize and respect how far this space has actually come, I think is like very important for you to understand. And that's why a lot of people are so adamant about vibe coding, is because, hey, we literally went from copying and pasting code from ChatGPT into, you know, VS Code and copying it back and forth to, oh yeah, now we literally have models that are just running, they're completely agentic, right? And that's something that people need to understand. Okay, fast mode is off. I just want to make sure that's not on. Would you remove the gradient background here? That is not good. Okay, so Sezi over on Twitch said, is ADE better, more usable than IDE? Because I'm building my own IDE and never heard of an ADE. Yeah, so I think that people are moving away from IDEs because now the thing is that now, like, and especially in the future, people aren't going to be writing code by themselves. So most of the time, like people aren't going to be looking at code. People aren't going to be reviewing code. You don't need to see the code anymore. For the most part, the models are starting to get to the point where they write code that is so good that you don't even need to review it. But one thing that I'm going to try and do, and I think that is going to be really cool about BridgeSpace 4, is if you guys look at this AI accounts here. So this is the, I don't know if I like that. It misunderstood what I was saying. It literally created a, and that's so funny. I said the open AI logo, and it must have thought that I said like the I logo or something. All right, so you guys can see that I have my ChatGPT account connected here. And what I'm interested in doing is I'm interested in seeing if we can actually build a harness around this to build in like additional features into BridgeSpace that will use like that. Like if for example, if you can't use it with Anthropic, but we can build custom functionality based on that. If you run a swarm in work trees, then validate and take down the work trees. If they don't pass testing, then it gets interesting. Is there a revert back update? We do not. Wait, is there a revert back update? We're about to push a update here in a minute. It's going to be BridgeSpace 3.0.84, but this is a big update. I'll show you guys some of the features that are coming out with this update, but like, hold on. All right, I'm holding it in for you guys. Trying not to throw up on stream. All right, so it's so laughable. Okay, so check this out. So this is actually really cool. So now we can like open these new windows. This is actually such a cool update. I am interested to see how this affects performance. Like once this is actually like running in production, this will be really interesting to see. But for example, now you do have the ability to manage Git inside of BridgeSpace, and that's a big deal. And I can literally just kind of like build my own workspace where, for example, I can have Git here. I'm going to be able to launch a browser here. Let's try launching the browser again. So here's the browser. Now Claude is still fixing. It's still not there yet. It's a little bit different, but it's still not filling the space here. Let's see if I can figure this out. The aside is correctly full width. I need you to review the screenshot respectively and note that it is still not working as intended. Do an in-depth review and figure out what's causing it to look like this. Make sure that it takes up full width. GPT 5.6 this week. So yeah, so let's break this down. I think that GPT 5.6 is going to be big, but I also do think that I think that Mythos is probably going to be like a pretty big model, to be completely honest with you. Let's look at Polymarket and see what we're looking at there. So here are the odds for Claude 5. I don't expect to get Claude 5. If we look at GPT 5.6 though, what you guys are going to see is we have a very large probability, not for this week. There's only 11% chance that we're going to get GPT 5.6 this week, but honestly next week, 74% on Polymarket. I do understand like the odds and stuff, because I have had like insider information at times where some of the companies have told me when they're launching the models, right? And you know, the thing is that like when it looks like this is typically when you kind of know, like, hey, it's probably going to drop next week. So I think that GPT 5.6 is going to drop next week. Now, I'm not telling you to go bet on Polymarket. I'm just saying that this is a great source of information. And when it does look like this, when you're looking at 74%, it probably does say, hey, there's some insiders on this that know that it's dropping and are getting in early. Now, you do have 93% for June 30th, so that's pretty much a guarantee. But we'll see. It'll play out. But I'm very excited to get that model because I have to say, GPT 5.5 extra high fast is actually like really good, guys. I was using this model yesterday, and I can confirm that GPT 5.5 is it's pretty good. How do you clean your MacBook Pro holes? They're not super bad right now. I do have like air blowers things though. Did you add an option to compare history, local versus remote in that Git section? Let's check that out. Hold on, I'll use GPT 5.5 for this, and I'll just add BridgeSpace. I need you to launch 2 deep dive agents and review this feature request from a user and make sure that we have integrated the best practice approaches for our Git integration. All right. Why no UltraCode today? So yeah, with UltraCode, guys, I'm gonna be honest. After using UltraCode as much as I did, right? Like I was just ripping through UltraCode. You know, I think that UltraCode, you don't want to use it for most things because it'll think for a very long time. And then sometimes what I see out of UltraCode is it'll think for like an hour, right? And it'll launch subagents, and then it'll just take too long. I feel like it can cause bugs, especially if after that bug that it introduced in the terminals. That's what I get a little bit worried about, where I'm like, hey, be careful with UltraCode. If you don't have like at least 2 Claude Max subscriptions, I wouldn't recommend using UltraCode at all. Now, UltraCode, you can do like some pretty good refactors with it and stuff if you let it just run, but it is very token intensive. And but look at this, GPT 5.5, very good model here. I know that I'm definitely more of like a Claude person overall, because I think if you don't have Claude, I think you're gonna have a very difficult time like creating nice designs. I think Opus 4.8 is the best overall model. Like things like copywriting, being able to like GPT models hallucinate way more. So it's not a one or the other thing. It's just that like you have to have Opus in my opinion, and then GPT 5.5. It's definitely a good model that you also do want to be using. Aren't those icons in BridgeSpace too bold? Which ones? These ones here? I am zoomed in a lot. If I zoom out, like that's the actual kind of like this is what it looks like typically. Now the icons do have an update in the latest version, but it's still yet to be deployed. So hold on, let's see if we did get the browser working. Is this one done? Not yet. Still working here. I am only using UltraCode these days. Oh wow, Alex. Data Sherpa said, I only use UltraCode for hey Claude, what is on the calendar for today? That's cool. Lodiram said GPT 5.5 owns Opus 4.8. UltraCode trash marketing gimmick cash grab. You think so? I mean, I definitely think there's some factor to that. All right, so we have a browser here. Can we open up the file editor in a separate window? Let's check this out. So even the file editor, I mean, I really like the look of that. That was a feature request from somebody. Shout out to whoever gave that feature request, because that actually is a really good feature request. Let's go to this here and let's just open up a random file. It is looking really good. I need to be able to drag up multiple to that header though. I will say this, guys, like throwing up is one of the worst things in the world. Like it is my worst feeling. I haven't thrown up this much since I was like a kid. Like probably in 10 years. Literally 10 years. It's awful. Okay, so this task is done. I'm going to close this one out. I'm going to relaunch, and I'm going to give it this one. I need you to review this and make sure that I'm able to drag and drop files up to a header here, review this in depth, and integrate this functionality accordingly. I should be able to drag up files into a header and click around them respectively. Stain said going to lunch. Okay, I'll catch you later, Stain. All right, file editor, so bring back some IDE elements. Yeah, I think that you still want, like, especially if you do want to appeal to a wider market, like I think that the biggest opportunities for BridgeSpace are like just like integrating Git, for example. Hold on, guys, chat, I'm disappointed you guys. You haven't told me to drink water. I just remembered. I just saw the don't get hospitalized goal, which is our only goal for today. Technically, that's not the only goal. Hold on, let's add another goal up there because that's not the only goal. Hold on, let's add another goal for today. We have to get this version of BridgeSpace shipped. We literally have to. So yes, not getting hospitalized is definitely high up on the list. It's a top priority. But yeah, you guys gonna need to remind me because I need to drink more water because that's the issue. Like if you drink water, you're just gonna throw it up. Now, what do you think about the Codex resets that are just scams because they just moved the date further? I don't think that those are scams. Those aren't scams. So they reset the date, but the thing is that for people that were maxed out on their plan for the week, that's like a big deal for them because now, hey, now they can use, like, you know what I mean? Like they can now use it, which is a big deal. Okay, so check this out. So this is the Git worktree functionality. So if you're in a workspace, like watch this. So I can CD into BridgeSpace Tari. And now you can see that in my header, this is the Git branch that I'm on, okay? And I click this, I can click create Git worktree, and I click create worktree. But the problem that we're having now is that it does launch a new window. I don't know if that is the best approach. What do you guys think about this? So it did just create a worktree, right? But did you guys see how it created another terminal? It opened up another terminal here. I don't know if we want to do that. Warcraft said that he's also sick, still vibe coding. Let's go, dude. Let's keep on grinding. Thank you, Mute the app. We need a hamster water system for the BridgeVoice workflow. Yeah. Okay. All right. I don't know if it should change that terminal or launch a new one. Let's ask Claude what it thinks. I think this one's done. Which one was this working on? Let's test this real quick. Oh yeah, this was the bridge. Hold on, let's go over here. Okay, so this was that. If I go over here and I click bridge, it still does it. You guys off. So, for example, hey, Claude was not able to solve this bug. Let's go put it into GPT 5.5 extra high fast and let's give it there. And let's see if it's able to solve it. And that's the thing about GPT 5.5. If you're using this fast mode, it is very, very fast. Okay, like obviously it's in fast mode. It does use more usage, like very noticeably use more usage. And when you're in fast mode, like I have started hitting some of my Codex limits. I hit one last night during my no talking stream. And, you know, that's definitely a factor now if you're in fast mode. But let's just try like, hey, Opus wasn't able to solve that bug. Let's give it a GPT 5.5 and see if GPT 5.5 solves it. But if you guys heard it, when I go over to that bridge page in settings, it has some sort of conflict with the audio output. And so it'll kind of like mute the music. And we don't want that to happen. It shouldn't be like that. Best UX would be to just change the one it's in as you're changing when you are working, not purposely opening new. Okay. Okay, Sam, shout out to you. Thank you. Sam26. I'll drop this in. Honestly, I'll just use GPT 5.5 extra. It'll get it faster. Like, if you're using extra high fast, it'll get it faster. I need you to review this feature request and note that when creating a new Git work tree, the current terminal that I'm creating the work tree in should be updated respectively instead of launching a completely new terminal. Review and update accordingly. All right. I mean, I feel like that GPT 5.5 extra high is probably like a one-shot machine, right? With stuff like that. I don't trust the fast mode. It gets wild. You think so? Somebody just asked my thoughts on Clicky. I mean, I don't even know what I'm using it for. It can see my screen. I don't have a practical use case of how I would be using this right now. Like, I don't know. I could go, hey, Clicky, how are these terminals looking? Also, how is this free?
Let me take a careful look at the terminals and call out anything that seems off.
Like, what model is this using, you know?
They look solid. The top terminals show tests passing and no errors, and the bottom ones are idle at a prompt waiting for your next command.
Okay,
looks
Sarah
stuck
said,
or
I
in
want
need
to
of
create my own
attention
free
right now."
IDE with in-app announcements and easy auto updates. What tech stack, architecture, and features would you recommend? I honestly would recommend Tari. Electron, the performance isn't great on Electron. Now, if you have like a very simple app, then you can probably use Electron. You know, VS Code uses Electron, for example. But we actually built out BridgeSpace initially on Electron and then ran into massive performance improvements, like performance issues. And then when we switched over to Tari, we had like massive performance improvements. So I would just start with Tari from the get-go. If you're building a desktop app, which is what we're building. What is Clicky? It's this little, like, if you guys see I have double cursors right now, that's what it is. Hung said basically Clicky equals Jarvis. Very good potential, just needs some funding. Raycast and Siri had the chance to dominate this, but fumbled hard. Yeah, so basically it's like, I guess it's an AI assistant that can basically see your screen, and it can see like where you're at. So if I don't know, I haven't gotten great with using it yet, but I just don't have a great reason to use it. What is today's agenda? So today, the number one goal today is to not get hospitalized. I've been up since 2 a.m. this morning, throwing up. I have what's called the norovirus, which is a pretty nasty stomach virus. The part that's been hitting me is I've been just throwing up a bunch. So right now I'm on like anti-nausea medication, but also the 50 bomb helped a lot. So I dropped the 50 bomb. I stopped throwing up. But today, we're pushing through it. I didn't get much sleep last night, and just pushing through it. Like, there's no time to waste. Like, I know it doesn't feel good to work when you're not feeling good, but at the same time, like, what are you gonna do? Like, you're gonna give up a day, Will you make new benchmarks? 100%, yeah. BridgeBench is gonna get like a big improvement. The thing is, though, is that like, there's only so many things that you can focus on, and I feel like my main focus right now is making BridgeMine great. And like, I think that BridgeSpace 4 is like, at the end of the day, what is currently driving revenue at BridgeMine? What is currently driving revenue? It's BridgeSpace, okay? And it's BridgeVoice too. But that ecosystem, that vibe coding ecosystem is driving tons of sales. If you guys missed that, I showed it at the start of the stream. But I did post this on X this morning. It really is crazy. If you guys look over here, this is just my X account. But for example, I put out this morning. This is my Stripe payouts for the last 6 days. So 648, 2,513, 408, 1,800, 1,800, 3,100. So that's over $10,000 in 6 days. So, I just think that like for everybody out there that doesn't know about vibe coding, it's like vibe coding is changing everything. It's making new things possible. And like, I share that because like, I want to help pioneer vibe coding. That's like what I'm passionate about. It completely changed my life. And I want to help other people vibe code, and I want to build the largest vibe coding community on the internet, and that's what we've done. If you guys haven't already joined the BridgeMine Discord community, make sure you do so. We actually have a event tomorrow. If you guys don't know about this event, it's the project sharing event. So 6 members of the BridgeMine community are going to be able to present their projects live, and 1 member is going to be voted to win $100. So we do have this event. It's tomorrow at 1 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. This is tomorrow, but I mean, look at this. Like, we have a lot of new members today, but we're literally up to 11,140 members. And, honestly, like, I just think about it, and to me, the community is the most important factor with BridgeMine. Like, if I can continue to lead the community well and we continue to grow the community, that's a win in my book. And the revenue, it'll fluctuate up and down. But at the end of the day, if we can continue to grow the community together, that ultimately is like the big payoff, in my opinion. Because like I look at, hey, what is this going to look like in like 3 to 5 years? And you look at it and you're like, hey, the BridgeMine community is probably going to be like one of the biggest communities on Discord in general. Like in 3 to 5 years, we can probably grow it to like 50,000 members. And that's kind of what I have my sights on, is we're just going to build the largest vibe coding community ever. What is this OpenAI live stream supposed to be? Yeah, so there is an OpenAI live stream. Let's actually check this out. I'm going to take a look at this. What time is it at? OpenAI live stream. Let's see what time it's at. Live stream. Hold on. Intelligence at work. So this is what it is. Oh, they're live right now. Oh, I didn't know that this was live right now.
That's what we want to share with you. But it really isn't just about this meeting. It is who we are. That is our mission. Our mission is to bring intelligence that benefits all of humanity. We believe this is a right of every human being to have access to this intelligence.
Give me GPT-6.
We do that in two ways.
I'll keep this open.
Our incredible research team. So if they're watching, shout out to our research team. But the intelligence that we bring in the models. But that doesn't translate if we don't also execute on the deployment side.
Is there a way for me to pin this?
The research team has been busy. Very, very busy. This is the release schedule, okay? This is how we probably all feel right now. I work at OpenAI, and I will be honest, it is hard for me to even keep up, and I just want to put facts with this. So on average, a model release was roughly 15 months.
Are we going to get a new model today?
Now it is 6 weeks.
It's possible.
That is a massive amount of innovation that companies have to consume. So
all right, hold on.
Intelligence is no longer.
I'll turn off the music for a second so you guys can listen to this.
It's really about the ability to deploy this capability in a way that really embeds in an organization.
I feel like this is boring.
So how does a company bring this technology in, not just for productivity, but true transformation across workflows and industry? And we know.
Let's see if we can watch this in the BridgeSpace browser.
Really captures it. 74% of the economic value from AI right now is captured in 20% of the companies. That's what we want to talk.
Hold up. Now we're going to watch it right here.
Our mission to really
thank you, BridgeSpace.
So that more companies have access to this incredible intelligence. So what we're going to do is we're going to cover this in 3 sections.
What's the link? Here's the link for anybody wondering.
That we have observed doing the best job of really leaning in.
New operating model.
Not just thinking about this as a technology platform, which it is, but that it's a new operating model. It's a new way.
Let's see if this works.
And think about executing in this.
So this now needs to create the get work tree inside of it.
We're also going to talk about how do you bring it into work? How do you bring intelligence into work? So yes, we're going to share a roadmap. We're going to tell you things you haven't heard of and give you some other secrets too.
Whoa.
Because what we're thinking as we build the product and translate that intelligence is how can we help you accelerate adoption? That is what is motivating us as we think about building the capability. And then we hope to inspire you to imagine what does the company of the future look like. I'm sure you're all thinking of it. You're probably on your own journeys, but we want to show you how that technology would manifest for a company of the future. So I'm going to start out with the operating model. We have the privilege of having 2 million customers, business customers. That's double in the last year. And we have...
What? Oh, sorry guys. That's annoying.
Isn't just about the technology either. It requires an entirely new mindset. You can't think incrementally. You have to think exponentially. POCs and pilots will really not unlock that capability, which is where a lot of companies are stuck, and I think why we only have 20% companies getting all of that value. It takes all of you in the room. This is not something that can just be at the groundswell and eventually a bunch of brush fires will build, because it is human transformation. It's operating model transformation. And it's also not a feature. To do this really well at scale,
we could get Codex Spark.
Substrate and a platform.
This is just a weird live stream.
Which is why earlier this year we released OpenAI Frontier. It solves 3 problems that we saw in all of.
Why are there a bunch of businessmen in here? Do you see this?
3 really important things to build a platform to scale AI.
Who's even there?
The first one is, I'll just tell you what they are and I'll explain why they matter. The first is the context layer. Bring all of your company knowledge together. The second is the agentic runtime. How do you build agents?
Guys, you want to watch this or is this boring? I mean, they could give us Spark, but it's like
when you bring agents in, you want to be able to.
This is like a business. I don't know. I feel like I'm in the we're going back into the matrix.
What is the impact? What is the ROI? An interesting step.
Oh, it's investors
implementing the capabilities early on.
This live stream is for small business. It's not for the people. Okay, it's for small business. We're not gonna watch it, guys. We're not gonna watch that. It's boring. They're not gonna announce anything for us that we care about unless it won't be in that live stream. We're not gonna watch it. Let's get the music back on. Yeah, what in the world was that? That was boring. Sorry. Okay. Yeah, that looks boring. Yeah, let's get some work done. All right, so I am gonna do a review here of all the gets, the diffs. I think that we're going to be able to ship this right now. It takes about 30 minutes to get to a deployment. Let's check that functionality. So the get, I mean, GPT 5.5 is it's a workhorse. I mean, it can one-shot stuff pretty easily. Let's go over here and test the browser. So I want to go over here and I just want to see, hey, if I launch this in a browser, is it now full width? Do you guys see this? That's crazy. So Opus 4.8 still can't get this browser figured out. You guys see this? So this is the BridgeSpace browser window. And how many prompts do we give to Opus 4.8? I think we gave it maybe 3. We gave it 3 shots at this. And so I'm going to open this up and I'm just going to give this to GPT now. And then I'm going to highlight this and just say, hey, like this is basically overlapping where it should be. And I'm just going to say this should be here. And then let's see what GPT 5.5 is able to do with this because, hey, I did give Opus a couple shots at it. 5.5 extra fast. I need you to review the browser functionality of being able to open the BridgeSpace browser in its own separate window, and I want you to review the bug that we are seeing and figure out why we are getting it, because it's basically not even rendering the browser inside of the new window. It's rendering it in an overlay over the existing BridgeSpace window. Figure out what's causing this and fix it and get it working perfectly. So, I mean, I think that this is an interesting test because, hey, we gave it to Opus 4.8 3 different times. It got 3 shots. It wasn't able to get it. So let's try it with GPT 5.5. Talk of GPT 5.6 dropping as soon as June 5th stems from Spring leaks and OpenAI's backend logs, hinting at 1.5 million token context and boost encoding and reasoning. Interesting. Well, I don't think we're going to get it this week. The odds on Polymarket are too low. But, hey, I was wrong about the Opus 4.8 drop. That release came out of nowhere. So I feel like there's some interesting things going on in the space right now. Codex plans are pretty good, yeah. Yeah, I mean, Codex, and the thing is I will always say, hey, go get both plans because, hey, Opus plan is going to kind of cover some of your weaknesses that you're going to see with your other plans. So, hey, go get both if you can. Now, if you're on a lower budget, you're going to get more usage out of a Codex plan, and I would suggest getting Codex. But the better overall model, I think, is Opus 4.8. It's way better at design. It's better at reasoning. It's better at writing. The terminal built for vibe coding. A team of agents in parallel. Bridgeboard plan the work the plan. A living knowledge graph. So this is what BridgeSpace 4 is starting to look like. You know, we've got these 4 things now. We are going to start to add in... we're going to call it Bridge Canvas, okay? And maybe we sponsor Bridge Canvas with Norovirus and say, hey, let's just knock it out today. What happened to music yesterday? How did I fix it? I don't know what was happening to the music yesterday. It just wasn't on yesterday. Today it's better. Chat, what's up? Lucian said I got a Claude $20 a month plan. It's so low. Like a Codex plan is like 3 times the usage. 100%. Yeah, that's very typical. That sounds about right. All right, even this one though, like if I go to AI accounts, this is a big update that's going to be coming out. So you can now connect your ChatGPT account to BridgeSpace, and we are going to be building a lot of functionality with this, okay? And I'll kind of show you guys, like, one thing that we're going to build is that now that we do have Git integrated into BridgeSpace, now we'll be able to do things where, for example, we're going to make it so that there's a button here where, hey, if you want to do a complete review of all of the changes, you'll be able to do that, so that before you ship code, you'll be able to actually do a complete review. So here's BridgeSpace here. You can see here's our stage changes. Here's our changes. We don't have any stage changes yet. If I expand this, what does it look like? Okay, perfect. Oh my gosh. Guys, this is actually looking really good. I did that last night. So we can now expand this, and you can see the GIFs. Open an editor. You can open that file in the editor. Let's open this. Oh my gosh, guys, this is starting to look really good. Here's my AgentsMD file. Wow. This is a big update. Norovirus design, yeah. Okay, Super Combo said, actually, I think Codex's usage is worse now since the double limits are gone. People have been complaining. So I do agree with Super Combo on that. The usage limits on Codex, they are different than they were just a couple months ago. They're worse for sure, but I have been running it in extra high fast, and I did hit my limits maybe like within like, it may have been, I think I hit my limits using GPT 5.5 extra high fast inside of like however long I was live on the no talking stream. It was like an hour and 20 minutes maybe. So I did hit my limit on the Codex ChatGPT Pro plan in an hour and 20 minutes using GPT 5.5 extra high, but then the fast. And fast makes it 2 times more expensive. So, you know, you can look at that and you can say, okay, well, I was using fast. Most people aren't going to be using fast, but I definitely have noticed the changes in the Codex limits. We'll see on this stream how much we get. Alejandro said, is it a good idea to treat the workspaces like tabs? I would say so, yeah. And these are them over on the left, right? So you know, I have BridgeMind. These are all my Claude instances, and then I go back here. Here are my Codex instances. Looks pretty good. Data Sherpa said, drink your water and electrolytes. Thank you, Data Sherpa. Data Sherpa is helping keep me alive. Here are the electrolytes. This is how much water I've drank so far on stream. I just can get like really nauseous. It's just like, oh my gosh, the nausea. No doubt the $200 plan Codex usage is still good, but it's reduced now 100%. I noticed it as well. Okay, let's build a really interesting feature here. Since this one's done, I'm just gonna go out here, and that's a good strategy to use. Like whenever you're done with a task, don't keep talking the same conversation, just clear it. I need you to do an in-depth review of our integration with the Codex CLI in BridgeSpace, and I need you to look at our integration of Git now in BridgeSpace, and I need you to help me build functionality that allows me to click a button in that Git sidebar. Hold on, guys. I gotta go throw up. I'll be right back. All right, we're back. Let's go. All right, guys, let's just keep on going. Let's go. All right. Sorry about that. Like, if I have to go throw up, I'll just leave the room and I'll come back. But let's just keep on pushing, guys. Let's get this update pushed out. All right, so this is the Git integration, okay? And I want to be careful here because I feel like before we start building more and more functionality, we just have to ship this update. We have to get this update pushed out. Now, it doesn't have the resume functionality built in yet. Like, there's stuff that's missing from this update that I want to build it in. They've confirmed bringing Codex into ChatGPT. They said on the live stream. Oh, wow. All right. All right, let's go over here. So, I mean, this is looking good, guys. I wonder if there's a way that we can improve the performance of Git, but I feel like we just have to ship this out. I think it's ready. I think we got to ship it, guys. So here's what we're going to do. We're going to grab this skill over here on the right, and we're going to get this deployed right now. Now, there's a lot more that we're going to want to do. This one's still finishing. What are the chances of releasing the GPT 5.6? Pretty much zero, I feel like. I don't think that they're going to release GPT 5.6 today. This month, though, yes. We're going to get it this month. But not today. I need you to bump the version and help me prepare for deployment. All right. All right, chat. Let's see here. Is there anything going on X right now? All right, this is done. Okay. Drink water. Yep, thank you. I have been using more Codex yesterday and today. I will say that GPT 5.5, if you can't get something working with Claude, try GPT 5.5. There is a test that we even have right now. This one, it was this one that was finished. So this is the functionality for the browser not properly rendering the full screen. So let's let this finish building here. And then this is going to be a really good test to see, hey, was GPT 5.5 able to get a piece of functionality working that Opus 4.8 couldn't after 3 tries, right? I think that that's a fair assessment to say, hey, you gave it for 3 tries. So when I open this, so see, look at this. Codex was still not able to get it either. So you guys see how the browser here is not full screen? So GPT 5.5 wasn't able to get it either. Here is a screenshot now of the browser window. Note that it is not taking up the full width of the window. Would you review and figure out what's causing this and fix it? I'm definitely more into Claude for sure, I would say. So I would say that Claude I think is the best overall. But I think that GPT is also good at certain things. But like, you know, a lot of people, they'll say, and especially since I do the streaming, obviously, I can see that people are like, oh, GPT 5.5 would be able to one-shot that or something like that. And that can happen. But for a lot of areas, I think we are seeing that there is like some sort of limitations that we're currently breaking, we're seeing with the current models. Because all we've been seeing, I actually heard Sam Altman in his interview yesterday with CNBC, he was saying he was saying basically there was a big breakthrough at the end of last year with making the models really good at coding. You guys knew that with Opus 4.5. That was a big breakthrough. OpenAI also had their own breakthrough with what was it? I guess it was like probably what, GPT 5.3 or something like that. Maybe it was GPT 5.2. But the models got really good at coding. And now basically what he was saying, he said in his own words, he said, and we've taken some steps since then. And he said steps. And I was like, oh, that's interesting. Sam is saying steps. He's not saying breakthrough, right? And that's what I noticed personally is I'm like, honestly, the models that we've been getting are just like steps for improvement. They haven't been these massive jumps. And you don't always have to get a massive jump, but I am at the point where, hey, limitations like that, where, hey, I should be able to prompt it to do something and it should work on the first try every single time. And I do think that we are going to be in a world here soon where that does happen, where you just prompt the models and they're able to do it perfectly every single time. That will happen. Eventually, that will happen. Okay. But right now, that's not what we have. Any reason to drop back to GPT 5.4 to save money? No, I don't think that you're going to save that much money with GPT 5.4 anyway. Okay. All right, we have Git integration. We have to get this deployed, guys. There's going to be bugs. There's going to be some bugs, but we just have to ship it. We need to get this version out. Sam is a step bro, yeah. Somebody said Anthropic sucks. I will never give them money. Interesting. I don't know. I think that Anthropic's pretty good. I feel like you've watched a little bit too much of Theo. Porky over on Twitch, what's up? Okay, let's go over here. So this one's working. We're going to bump this and we're going to get this shipped out. This is a pretty big update. We have plenty more to do. I just want to get this shipped so that we can, get a new update out, let people start to play around with it and go from there. But if you just constantly are building and building and building locally, I think that you're going to run into an issue. Is 5.6 today? No, 5.6 is not going to come out today. Or I don't know. With the current, I don't know. Polymarket is not reflecting that we're going to get 5.6 today. Let's go over here. Is Sam Altman a Christian? He just posted about Balverse. I didn't know he was a Christian. Yeah, so GPT 5.6, I think it's imminent, but we're not going to get it today, especially if you look at Polymarket, not expecting it. All right, this one's done. I mean, this is ready to deploy, guys. We are ready to go. We've got it bumped. Everything looks good. I think we're ready to go, guys. Let's get it deployed. Okay. I'm going to use Claude for this, honestly. Claude. And then we're going to go over here. I do have a skill. I want you to deploy BridgeSpace, and I want you to actually bump the version to BridgeSpace 3.1.0. This is a pretty substantial update, guys. So I am going to bump the version to 3.1. This is Git integration, Git work trees, new windows that you can open up in the browser. Now, there are going to be some bugs with it when we initially launch this, but we have to get it launched. Then we'll go from there. But this is a very substantial update. Git integration, the extra windows, the ability to be able to open up bridge boards in workspaces, bridge memory in workspaces, and then we'll go from there. But we are kind of going to be working over the next few weeks towards a BridgeSpace v4 launch. I think that that's going to be a very big deal. But you guys are seeing it here. This is going to be BridgeSpace 3.1. All right, let's check Stripe real quick. let's take a look at the dashboard. All right, so today so far, we've made $505. Yesterday, we made $1,200. Let's take a look at the MRR here. So MRR staying steady today, 17,757. But this past week has been phenomenal. You're not gonna have weeks like this every week, but the MRR did go up 2,000 in a week. So, and then net volume, gross volume right under 10,000, net volume 8,300. Looking pretty good there. How much have you earned till now and in how much time? Well, I am going to be doing a quarterly report starting this month. So at the end of June, I'll basically do a quarter two like earnings report. I think it'll be cool to do that. And it'll kind of get you guys to see like, hey, how much am I spending for stuff? My perspective right now with where BridgeMind is currently at is we're trying to like, I'm not trying to like save up a bunch of money. I'm trying to grow BridgeMind right now. I'm trying to grow it to 1 million. So right now, like I'm not too concerned about profit margins. Now, I think that over the last 2 months, like in that time period, I think that we've brought in maybe around like 50,000, and the profit margin on that has been like 40,000 or like 30, something like high 30s. So that's pretty substantial. You guys will see it in the quarterly earnings report that's going to come up. That'll cover the last 3 months. But even like with that money, it's not like I'm like scrounging it away, wanting to now, you know, save it or like spend it. I'm just going to invest it directly back into BridgeMind. I'm going to invest it into like Vibeathons. I'm going to invest it into like events that we can do. And, you know, from my perspective, it's like, hey, it's 1 million or bust. We get to 1 million in ARR, and that's the goal right now. Have I checked out World of AI Bench by World of AI? I did see it. Yeah, I did see it. Python, what's up, man? Not feeling super great today. I've got the norovirus, if you know what that is. So I've been throwing up since 2 a.m. I just threw up a little bit ago, but just kind of staying in the game. Got to show up no matter what. I'll be feeling better tomorrow. It's like a 24 to 48 hour virus, so I should be good. All right. Note that we want to deploy all changes respectively. When do I use Opus versus Codex? So I use Opus, like anything design related, immediately Opus. Sometimes I'll have GPT build something and it builds like a really bad design, and then I'll give it to Opus to fix the design. All version files. Okay, so this is gonna be a pretty big update, guys, that's gonna go out. It's so frustrating. There's gonna be some bugs in it. We got the resume functionality that needs to be worked on today. I don't know how long I'll stream today. I mean, we've gone what, 1 hour and 24 minutes. I'm just gonna keep on going. I'm not feeling great, but who cares? Show up no matter what, and you will succeed. Keep grinding, brother. Thank you, Python. Yeah, I totally agree. All right. It looks like this did just push. This is pushing right now, guys. All right, it's building, it's shipping. This is BridgeSpace 3.1. This is a very large update, okay? Inspire Neo just asked, what am I doing? So first of all, let me just show you the Stripe dashboard so you're included in there. So this is where BridgeMind's currently at. Here are the last 3 months. This is the growth over the last 3 months. So 3 months ago, we were at 1,800 MRR. We're now at 17,700 MRR. We've done 62,000 in gross sales. Net volume after like all fees and expenses, 54,000. And yeah, I mean, things are growing well. Active subscribers are 627. And what we're building is we're building an agent development environment. So this is a vibe coding platform where you're able to have, it's essentially like the next generation of an IDE. So a lot of people, they don't really like code anymore. People are using coding agents. And to use coding agents in an optimal way, it's best to use an ADE, an agent development environment, for vibe coding. So that's what BridgeSpace is. We also have BridgeVoice in that ecosystem, which is a voice-to-text tool, so I never have to type. It's better now to just be able to talk to your agents. So it really sets you up for success. If you're interested in vibe coding, I highly recommend that you get at least a basic subscription to BridgeMind. We're going to be shipping out some pretty good features over the next couple weeks. Okay, this looks good. All right, Loom over on Twitch said, I think it could be useful if you could be able to create your own skills inside of BridgeSpace, because right now either you have skills or you have the BridgeMind skills. If you don't have your own and don't know how to make ones, and you can ask an AI, they mostly create very simple skills that aren't very good for production. So a feature in BridgeSpace could really be helpful for a lot of users. Yeah, so if you go click up over here, you can click Bridge Skills, and then you can click Add New Skills. And this is actually where you create new skills. So there are these BridgeMind skills that come out of the box, right? So you can see Bridge Security, Bridge SEO, Bridge GitHub, BridgeMind MCP, Bridge Obsidian, Bridge Memory. Sorry. And then you can see here, these are the skills that I've created. Do you see these? And you create them here. So my skills: Obsidian, BridgeVoice deploy, BridgeSpace deploy, BridgeMind theme. Yeah, we are grinding, guys. Let's go. Okay, so now that this is shipped, I am going to start to drop in. So this one is, I need you to do an in-depth review of our integration with the Codex CLI in BridgeSpace, and I need you to look at our integration of Git now in BridgeSpace, and I need you to help me build function that allows me to click a button in that Git sidebar that will do a comprehensive review of all diffs and basically search for any bugs or issues in the diffs. This is to protect users from shipping code that has bugs. I need you to review this and create a structured harness for this and integrate best practices and make this super, super easy for users to use. All right, somebody said drink water. Thank you, dude. All right, hold up. And I'm going to let GPT 5.5 do that. Now, this one over here, let's see if it was able to fix that bug on that second shot. So if I go over here, let's see what it looks like now. So open that browser. It's going to open up the browser window, and still not getting it, guys. Do you see this? So like with the browser window here, this just isn't rendering the browser in frame correctly. And we've given it to Opus 4.8 a couple times, and now we've given it to GPT 5.5 twice. So I think that what we should do now is we should actually launch Claude, and we should use UltraCode, and we should see if UltraCode is going to fix the issue. So let's launch UltraCode. Let's drop it in. I need you to do an in-depth review of this screenshot, and note that currently the browser is not rendering full width inside of the BridgeMind browser window. Would you review this in complete depth and identify why this is not rendering properly? Launch subagents to assist you in figuring out what's causing this bug, and update the code to make sure that that browser renders properly in the window full width. You can see from the screenshot that there is a bug in it currently where it doesn't display centered full width. All right, let's go. Oops. All right, so this is UltraCode. Now, we couldn't solve it with GPT 5.5. We couldn't solve it with just Opus 4.8. So now we're going to use UltraCode, and we will see if UltraCode can fix it. I think that this is a good test. Lucho, good morning. How's it going? Somebody asked, is this optimal with an all-beef diet? 100%. All right. Add salt to my water. I don't know if that's how that works, dude. Okay, UltraCode right here. But I feel like this will literally run for like an hour. It'll run for a while. So you kind of have to weigh the trade-offs, right? Use UltraCode. It takes a while, but we weren't able to get it with GPT 5.5 or Opus 4.8. So do I ever check the code? Not normally, no. Okay, so here's our bug here. You guys see it? But we're not having that same issue. Like, this is pretty cool. So now you can click this right here, for example. And if you click this, it's going to open it in an editor. Okay? So now, instead of these tabs on the right being like confined to this sidebar, now you can open them up in their own window. So for example, boom, here's now Git. So we have Git, we have our editor, and then I want to see what Bridge looks like. That actually, oh, I can't do it with Bridge. That actually is probably going to be the most interesting one. So for example, I'm going to use Opus 4.8 with this one because it'll do the best job at design. So I'm going to drop this one in. I need to be able to open up Bridge in its own window as well, just like I can do with the file editor and the browser respectively. Make it so I can open up Bridge in its own window. I didn't know that salt actually does help. I thought that was somebody just trolling. Okay. All right, anything going on X, by the way? I hate how OpenAI, like, they hype up stuff that has no, like, that just should not be hyped up. I guess they didn't really post anything, but that live stream that we were watching, what were we even watching there? It was a complete waste of time. Yeah, mute the app. Let me know if anything happens. Ironman said, are you hiring? So, I mean, I have two options, right? I can either go get like VC funding and I can turn BridgeMind into like a massive organization, and I have given it a lot of thought. And it's subject to change, but here's I have two options basically. I could go get VC funding and I could turn BridgeMind into like this massive build in public organization that has like a bunch of employees, and like there literally would be more streamers that are working on BridgeMind, right? Like not just me streaming, but multiple people that are working on BridgeMind, building in public, vibe coding, right? Like that's how I would do it is, hey, I basically go buy a warehouse, I deck out the warehouse with like, you know, an entire setup. We could do a podcast. We would have additional streamers and people that are working for BridgeMind that probably have equity in the business, and they would be live streamers as well, and they would be streaming working on BridgeMind. And you get VC funding and you turn it into this like big thing. But the thing that I've started to learn like along the way is that like I don't feel like I'm necessarily working for money. I'm more so working for freedom. So if you give me like a bunch of money, I'm not the type of guy that goes and spends a bunch of money on like clothes or like a nice fancy car. I just don't really care that much. So for me, it's more about like, do I enjoy what I'm doing? Do I wake up every day and feel like I can do whatever I want? If I had VC funding and a bunch of employees, that would change how BridgeMind would feel, right? So to some extent, I think it's better to just kind of be like indie hacker type deal, you know? But that's subject to change. You know, I definitely would say that I am an entrepreneur. I have visions for things, and, you know, that has been a vision of mine to do that. But just from the standpoint of like, hey, what would that actually look like? How much more added stress would that add to my life? Like, hey, I can probably get to $1 million, to be honest with you, with zero funding at all. Because BridgeMind's already very profitable now. So why would I now go out and all of a sudden, you know, hire a bunch of people, get VC funding, and like make it so that the company isn't fully mine, right? And that I don't have all the say. Okay, this one did fail. Let's go figure out why. Check out this GitHub action workflow and note that this failed to deploy. Figure out why and help me get this fixed and make sure that you fix the issue that caused the workflow to fail and get all local code changes deployed. Oh, I actually want to be careful with this. The content creator warehouse play is crazy. I'm not sure, but would be interesting to see if you could get a 10x multiple on revenue run rate and one of these other 80 companies would absorb you. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it's yeah. It's definitely an option. It's a path you could go down, right? But it's like I would be locking myself into so much, and just having the freedom to do whatever I want, I kind of enjoy that. Like at the end of the day, I chose to stream today. I feel like once you have investors and stuff, it's gonna stop being a choice. And that's what I have a problem with. It turns into a job. Somebody said, I feel like your live stream success is very specific to your personality. I would not watch a random person vibe code. That's interesting. Yeah, that makes sense. I mean, yeah, I've seen a lot of other people that have, you know, they've tried to do the vibe coding until X. Because it's obviously worked for me. So, you know, we started a trend to some extent because I do see a lot of other people that are vibe coding until XYZ. And, you know, the one thing that I will say is it's like, I see a lot of people that are, they're streaming and then they're just like copying exactly what I'm doing to try and replicate the success, right? Like they're doing push-ups, they'll be doing like pull-ups, they'll be doing like basically the exact same products that I've built while on stream. And, you know, that's fine. I would just say like, hey, make sure that you're following your own vision and your own dream. Don't go live somebody else's dream just because it's working, right? Because if you do something that, if you do something just for money and you do something that somebody else is doing that's working, then it kind of, you're living somebody else's dream. You're living somebody else's vision. Go get your own vision and, you know, make sure that you're on point with like, hey, this is what I expect to do. This is my strategy. This is my plan. You know, I think a lot of people probably thought, oh, I'll start streaming and I'll, you know, like there was definitely a right place, right time thing with BridgeMind that helped it be successful because, hey, when I started streaming, nobody else was streaming vibe coding. So I started streaming vibe coding live, like in an actual build, right? Like maybe there was people at the time, like Ray Fernando was one of the guys at the time. I don't even think that he's posting really anymore. But like Ray Fernando was big at the time. Riley Brown has stayed big, but I think his vibe code app went out of business. But they're not even like build in public guys. Like there's a couple more build in public guys now, which I think is cool. But you know, somebody said, how can we confirm your MRR? Well, let me just show you. And for anybody wondering that, like, there's people like Alex Finn is one of them, where hey, there's these people that basically they say, oh, I made X amount. And then you never see any proof, and then they sell a course. That is not BridgeMind, okay? I have a payout of $3,000 coming tomorrow. Yesterday I made $1,200. Today so far, $530. Here's the MRR. Straight out of the Stripe dashboard, we're currently at $17,782 in MRR. Gross volume over the last 4 weeks has been 26,000. We have 628 active subscribers, and I show this very frequently on streams because I think that it's very important that for anybody building in public, that right there is the biggest factor. Like if you are making, like if Alex Finn was making 300,000, first of all, like he would be showing it more, but because it's fraudulent, you never see it, right? And it's like, if you're building in public and you're somebody that is actually like doing something and you're finding success with it, you're going to be sharing it very openly. And that's why it's like, hey, for these people that are frauds, you know, you definitely want to keep an eye out on them. Cause it's like, yeah, like it's just, I couldn't imagine a world where I would be saying, oh, I've got 213K ARR and then just never show it. I think that you have to be incredibly transparent about it. Steve is Legend over on Twitch said MRR is climbing. Yeah, it is. Yeah. Yeah, we had a $2,000 increase in MRR, but the thing is, it's like, it does fluctuate. So if you guys were watching, like even just 2 weeks ago, I was a little bit discouraged with the MRR because it did slow down. Like if I show you guys that MRR again, and that's the cool part about the journey is that I do include you guys in it. But look at this. We were basically stagnant for a while. Look at this. We were literally stagnant from like early May. We passed 15K here. look at this, May 8th to like May 25th. Hey, that's a 2-week period where your MRR is just kind of like stagnant and even went down. I went from 15,900 to 15,300. And how do you guys think that feels? Do you guys think that that's encouraging, or do you think that's discouraging for me? And I think that for you guys that were watching during that period, it wasn't encouraging, I'll tell you that much, to see it go down and stuff. But hey, that's the truth of the journey, right? Is that if you think that your revenue is just going to be like spiking and you're going to get rich quick, like you're just not right. You know, that just doesn't happen. What is the best multi-agent workspace? Honestly, BridgeSpace is the best one I've used. Like I would not use anything except BridgeSpace personally. Yeah. Mute the app said discouraging, but show up every day. Yeah, exactly. Like it can be discouraging. You know, you can be sick, you can be down, and you can like, you're not always going to be on cloud 9. And it's like, it's just interesting because if you went back like 3 months ago when I was at like 1800 MRR, right? And you said, dude, you're going to be at almost 18,000 MRR in 3 months, I would be ecstatic, right? But the truth of it is that like once you achieve a goal, it's very easy for the goalpost to start moving out and out and out. And my goalpost is 1 million in ARR. That is my goalpost. And that is like literally my main focus right now is by the end of 2026, I want to get to 1 million in ARR like this year is my goal. I want to get to 1 million ARR in 2026. And I know that it's possible, but there's going to be some really difficult times. There's going to be ups, there's going to be downs, and you guys get to be along for it. And if there's a down period, you guys are going to get to see it, and you guys are also going to see the wins. NS said consistency, 100%. Yeah, staying power is what I like to say. Like, because when I was streaming the first 100 days, I think I made under $2,000 in the first 100 days. But I just said, hey, I don't know. You know, I invested money into the business, and I just said, I'm just going to give it everything I've got, and we'll see what happens, you know? What is wrong with the MCP here? Yeah, we're going to stay on the grind. All right, let's see if this is about to deploy. All right, so we're building a feature right now in GPT 5.5. It looks like this is done. Let's see what this looks like. So this is a feature that we're building. So you're now going to be able to, if you see this, you can now connect a ChatGPT account, okay? Do you guys see this? You're connected. So I just connected my ChatGPT account. And what I'm now going to be able to do in BridgeSpace, and we'll test this out here, but I'll be able to go to this here, load in Git, and then we're going to go to, for example, let's just go to the BridgeMine API. And let's see. Yeah, so you guys see this review button? So let's click this and see what happens. So I just clicked review. All right, it just launched this. It says read the file, BridgeSpace swarms, prompt diff review, and follow every instruction in it exactly. That file contains the full pasted text of your mission brief. Start working immediately. I don't know if I really like that approach. It just pastes it in a new CLI. I don't really like that. I don't really like your approach there. It would be better, in my opinion, if we actually created a... Steve's Legend asked, is that a new feature? Yeah, this is a new feature. Without ads, I think it's a tough journey. I haven't done any ads, dude. I'm not running any ads. Like, I think that if you do a good job of like doing consistent social media, I think that you can very easily be very successful on social media if you're just consistent with it. Like my first streams, guys, I didn't have anybody watching. I can go back to my first stream. I'll show you guys the analytics from my first stream. Let me pull this up. I'll show this to you guys, just so you guys can see like what it was like when I first started, right? Let me go all the way back here. right, check this out, guys. So when I first started, how many views did I have in my first stream? Let's check it out. Here's my first stream. It says, let's go. I am building an app that will launch in the App Store only using AI. Let's check out. It now has 32,000 views, but that's because people watched it. If I go over here, if I go down, you can see how many people actually were watching it. Let's go to, hold on, is it? I know it's somewhere. Okay, it's this right here. Look at this. The average viewer was 1 viewer. And just so you know, I had my laptop open and I was commenting in the chat from my laptop from a different YouTube account. The peak was 6, which that's actually a decent amount. But I think I was literally on my laptop and my phone. So these two were probably me. But hey, look at this, right? And when you first start marketing on social media, this is what it's going to look like, right? But then the thing is that day in and day out, it's going to improve. Let's check out what it looked like even just 4 days later, right? Let's go to the analytics and see what it looked like. So 4 days later, look at this. Actually, never mind. It got worse. So this stream had a peak of 3. The average viewers was 0. How can the average be 0? That's crazy. So it was pretty much 0. Now, if you start to look over here, though, like now let's just go to day 10, right? After 10 days, let's see where we're at. Now we started to gain some traction, right? And that just will continue. And this goes for anything. I think that streaming is a great example because it takes so much effort. What do I think of Step 3.7 Flash for Hermes? I personally just use GPT 5.5 for Hermes. I think that that's going to be your best option for Hermes. Yeah, GPT 4 was very, very painful. Shoaib said you were inspiring me so much. I got you, bro. Yeah, no corny crap, yeah. Matt, could you please check or Vibecode drops to 1.5? I'm not sure what that is. Do I have a RAG system in my apps? I do not, no. I was on day 10 or maybe before. Yeah, you've been around for a while, Dev Mindset. I'm interested to see. Let's check out where this UltraCode agent. So if you look at this, Opus 4.8, it's been launching these UltraCode agents. We'll see what happens. It says that it was able to, if you look at this, it's saying that, hey, it's reviewing this root cause. And remember, that's for this bug where, hey, we're building in a feature to BridgeSpace right now where, hey, you can go over here. And if you click this button on the top, it's going to render in a browser. But the problem that we're seeing here, the bug, is you guys can see it plain as day right here. The browser is not full width, okay? And this is the problem that we're seeing. Oh, it's full width when I expand it, though. Oh, whoa. Hold on here. Did this just fix it, or what happened here? Okay, we just learned a little bit more about that bug. So when you initially launch it, it kind of goes over here. What is Hermes? I literally have, like, if you look behind me here, so I have 2 DGX Sparks here, and I have 3 Mac Minis, and these are all running Hermes agents, and they basically function as, like, AI employees, and they're incredible. Like, I would not be able to function and run BridgeMind without Hermes agents, and a lot of people, like, they don't know how to use them, but you can literally use them as, like, employees, pretty much. Maybe Steve Jobs said this guy never replies YouTube. I don't know about that. Monthly spend to get to your MRR. I am going to be doing basically a quarterly report. But so far, like in the last 2 months, we've brought in, like, well, I'll have to go and, like, show you guys the income statement. It'll at the end of this month, we'll do a Q2 quarterly report, and you'll get to see, like, all the expenses and stuff for Q2. But for example, I made like 50,000 from Stripe subscriptions, right? The amount that hit my bank account was like 40,000. So it's pretty substantial. check dual windows mode feature in Discord. Hold on. Where at? Whoa. Hermes did just release this. Wow. Oh, wow. This is actually a big deal here. This came out just a few minutes ago, guys. So speaking of Hermes... Oh, wow. So they've updated the Hermes Agent desktop app to basically function as... Whoa. They made this using Remotion. That's funny. Wow. So somebody just asked, can I explain how I use them as employees? So basically one of them handles customer service, like completely. Introducing Hermes Desktop. Wow. So this is a new desktop app. Download for Mac OS. Let's try it. Hermes setup. Interesting. All right, look at this, guys. Wow. Wow. So instead of you having to like set it up in a terminal, it now just does it for you. And I did see somebody, you know how people are like using them on like machines like a Mac Mini and stuff? I saw somebody vote there. It was WebDev Cody. He did like a poll just recently that basically reflected like, okay, here's dual window mode. Let me check this out. All right, hold on here. So this was a feature request. Oh, this is, yeah, this is coming. So this was the, there is a prototype of this coming in the next version. John, this was a fantastic idea. Thank you so much. Yeah, so this was John's idea. All right, so now it says Hermes is ready. And then I can literally just click launch Hermes. Hold on, I just want to make sure it's... Wow. Just want to make sure it doesn't expose anything sensitive here. So look at this. Let's get your setup with your Hermes agent. Wow. Wow. This is actually a big deal, guys. The reason that this is such a big deal is because you no longer have to do it in a terminal. So for people that aren't like super terminal savvy, there's now a completely new view for actually being able to set up Hermes. Somebody said drink water. Thank you, man. That's actually huge. Wow. I just want to make sure. So I can use this with Anthropic, it looks like. Actually, I don't want to risk that. I'll use OpenAI to configure it. So this just came out. All right, signing in to my OpenAI account. Hold on. So now I can input this code. Continue. Okay. Copy. Okay, I've got my code. Signed in. Okay. Okay, so we're now connected. So I should be able to just click this now. What? I literally just signed in. Pick a different provider. That's so annoying. Okay, so it's bugging out on me. Yeah, see this? Pick a different provider. All right. Let's try. Let's just do Claude Code, I guess. Is BridgeMind a VS fork? No. Yeah, no, we built this completely from scratch. All right, I'll do... Oh my gosh. Okay, I'm having problems with setting this up. Can I get banned for using this with can I get banned for using Claude with my Hermes agent, or have they, is it not until June 15th? I'm not sure. Guys, it's literally not working. Let's get you set up with Hermes agent. So this must just be buggy. All right, it's just buggy. Hold on, let's quit it and reopen. Okay, have we redeployed? Okay, hold on, it's this one over here. All right, let's go over here. Okay, we have a lot of changes that are being made. All right, so the new Hermes desktop app. I do have 5 Hermes agents. I use them a lot. And this is actually a pretty big deal. And I'll tell you guys why. So, okay, it's having me okay, first of all, their app is buggy, okay? I got banned for using Hermes. Okay, we don't want to do that. You can't, okay, a lot of people in chat are telling me that you can get banned. Don't do sub. Okay, I won't use it. Okay, got it. People are saying that you can get banned. So, okay, this seems like it's a little bit messed up. I already went through this process, and now I'm going through the process again. So a little bit buggy. This did just launch. Abdel over on Facebook. What's up, man? How's it going? What's happening June 15th? Basically, Anthropic is making it so that you can't use... They're like dropping the ability to launch Claude Code with like the P command. Okay, so now it says launch Hermes. This is so weird. I literally just did that, so it's kind of annoying that had me do that twice. What were those credits they said they'd give you if you'll get banned? They did do that initially. I don't know how that ended up working out. It's just a messy situation in general. I mean, it makes sense that they're making it so that you can't use your Anthropic plan, right? Okay, now it says OpenAI is connected. It's having me do this again? That's so weird to me, guys. All right, let's try it again. All right, let's see here. Okay, I just did it. Oh my gosh. Pick a different provider. So it's just not working for me. Anybody else having this issue? I'll have to try this. They'll probably push an update for it. I'm assuming they just shipped it with a big bug. All right, hold on. Let's go over here. But that's a big deal for Hermes and agents in general. Steve is Legend said that his booted right up. Okay, good to know. It reran the installer because you loaded the Hermes install app, not just Hermes. So you have to just do Hermes. Oh, that's the Hermes setup app. Wait, help me understand this. Hermes setup. Install Hermes. Guys, what? This doesn't make any sense. Oh, yeah. Anthropic probably is working on their own agent. Let's make an X post about this because this is actually a pretty big deal, guys. This is probably one of the biggest news things of today. Okay, wait. Oh, wait. Hold up. Okay, so here's Hermes setup. Here's Hermes. But then it's having me... Let's just try it with OpenRouter. All right, let me grab my OpenRouter key, and we'll just use it via OpenRouter for a bit. I'm going to grab a key real quick. All right, API keys, new key. Hermes desktop. All right, so I did just create a new key. I'm gonna drop this Here, you guys can't see this part, but I'm gonna paste this in. All right. All right, I did just post my open router key. So yeah, open router, I did just paste it in. So let's change this here, and we'll just change it to like a cheap model. Let's just use like Minimax, honestly. Minimax M3, let's do that. Start chatting. Okay, here we go. It did work now on open router. Wow. So, okay. Wow. So new session. Hello there. Minimax is a garbage model, by the way. What can I do? Can I click on this and change it? Wow. What are you? This is a very big deal, guys. Yeah, Minimax is slow. Hold on, let's use like a Nemotron model. Alright. I'm pretty sure this runs super fast. So it comes with all of the skills out of the box. And then artifacts, messaging. Okay, so this is where you can set it up. Yeah, this is a significant improvement, guys. Is there a way for me to be able to, hold on, I want to see if I can turn on like a dark mode though. Oh, come on, you guys don't have a dark mode. Appearance, there we go. Thank goodness. Oh, Cyberpunk? That sounds sick. Oh wait, no, it's way too. Alright, appearance. Midnight, dark. There we go. Cyberpunk. Okay, now this is sick. Okay. The Hermes harness. No, I don't think that the Hermes harness is slow. So, like, I'll just give you guys a quick rundown on what Hermes actually is and why it's a big deal. So, like, BridgeMind, for example, okay? BridgeMind is a business. There's a lot of stuff that I have to do for, like, customer service, any, like, partnership management, outreach, being able to, like, manage my Cloudflare, being able to improve SEO. So, for example, I'll show you, like, my existing setup. And this is the one thing that I don't love about it is, like, it says gateway ready, right? Can I connect this to... Like, I don't think I can just connect this to one of the Hermes agents that's running on my... like, I can't connect it to these, right? And that's the issue that I have, like, with the desktop app. Is there a... Do you guys know if there's a way to do that? What do you have in mind with it? Well, I'll show you, like, my existing Hermes setup. Hold on, let me pull up Discord real quick. And, for example... hold on, let me pull this up. So my Hermes agents right now, let me just make sure there's nothing sensitive here. Alright. Alright. Alright, so for example, only 2 of my Hermes agents are running right now. Zach is the agent that manages like Sentry logs. And then Jack is the customer service agent, okay? So for example, I can add Jack right now and I can say, I need you to do an in-depth review of the cancellation data from the last 7 days. And I need you to create a structured report of all of the information of new subscriptions and canceled subscriptions in Stripe for the last 7 days, including today. So like this agent literally has access to my Stripe dashboard. It has access to my customer service email. It can answer emails for me. It can process any refunds. If you look at this, like it literally has a skill to be able to do this. So sometimes I'll just have Jack like produce, basically what this is it'll produce using just Python. It'll produce a graph for me to see like all the cancellation data for today. And it's super, super helpful. we'll go back to this in a minute, but Discord, in my opinion, is the best way to be able to message these right now. The Hermes Agent desktop app, the problem that I have with this is like, oh look, there's already a new update. See what's new. Nuance blue theme bulk session schedule picker. But this is definitely interesting. I think that we'll learn more. I'll probably make a video about this. Look at here are your cron jobs. So create first cron, and then you can create a cron job. So for example, I have cron jobs that run every 30 minutes that check for bugs that are happening in production, which are obviously very helpful, right? So I think that this is a really good new interface to do that. I feel like the app is loaded. You think so? Did connect. Yeah, I just connected via OpenRouter. But I typically won't do that. I'll connect it via my Codex CLI plan, but it was having bugs in that, so. All right, so this is now done. Let's see if, okay, so this UltraCode did finish. So let's pull up BridgeSpace and see if this now fixed. Let's open up the sidebar. Let's open the browser. Wow, okay, guys. You gotta give it to UltraCode, okay? You gotta give it to UltraCode. So if you guys are looking at this right now, it did just fix the bug that we had, okay? It did fix the bug that we have. Let's expand it. And it does expand. So there's a couple things that I don't love. For example, this here, this little footer here. Let's fix this. But UltraCode did get this fixed. Great work. Would you now review this bottom footer here and update the code so that it's not just white space at the bottom? It's better than OpenClaw. Yeah, it 100% is better than OpenClaw. You know, I think that one interesting thing about this is if you guys know Riley Brown, I don't have like an affiliation with him. He was somebody that helped. He helped me early on. I talked about this on stream before. But basically, Riley Brown, he posted about BridgeMine on X early on and basically said, like, look at what this guy's doing. And it gave me a little bit of a spark early on. That was really helpful. So Riley Brown, he had this company, Vibecademy app, okay? So as you guys know, like, Vibecademy app was Riley Brown's deal. It was an app to help you build apps, okay? So I'm gonna pull up this website and you guys can look at it. But this was Vibecademy app here. So Riley Brown, if you guys don't know who he is, he's basically like a content creator. He had VC funding and he was from San Francisco. This was their pricing, okay? So they had $20, $50, $200, right? And they were giving a bunch of credits out. But this now, this is like not, this doesn't even exist anymore. If we go to X, Riley Brown's Vibecademy app, it doesn't even exist. Like, we go look up Vibecademy app, like, it's literally gone. If you look at this, see how it has 222 follows? Now it's part of the Chorus agent family. So if you look at this, this is now what Riley Brown is focused in on, is this Chorus.com, this Chorus agent. And what I find interesting about this here, so if we actually go to Chorus.com, I did try this out. And this is something that we're continuously seeing now. So this is Chorus. I guess my free trial ended. But basically what you can do is it's very similar to this UI that you guys just saw with the Hermes agent. So if you look at the Hermes agent app, it kind of looks like this, where you're starting chats like this, but it's in its own, like, it's in their own environments, right? Yeah, we're getting close to 80,000 subscribers. Yeah, it's getting close. I miss the time when fixing a bug cost 10,000 tokens, not 10 million. Yeah, true. All right, let's ship everything in the tree here. I am interested to see, did this work here? Hold on, did I do a follow-up prompt on this one? I'm not sure. Apple squashed it because they are editing code after App Store Connect review. They killed Replit too. Yeah, that's crazy to me. They said, oh, we're gonna kill all these startups. Okay, let's go over here. Let's ship everything in the tree. Yeah, so it is cloud agents now. Now he's doing VM in the cloud, changes the business model and distribution completely, or cloud agents, I guess. Yeah, well, the thing is it's like a lot of people, they're like, hey, I don't know what to build. What should I be building? And we are shipping out a new version. This is going to be This is BridgeSpace 3.1.1. This is a very large update that we're shipping out right now. It'll take about 30 minutes to ship out. But I want you guys to see this. So if you guys are familiar with this is a platform that I use called vidIQ. And basically this helps you see the demand in the market for like different things, okay? So this is like it's particular to YouTube, but you can go click research here and you can basically look at what's trending on like YouTube. So for example, I can look up, hey, how many people are searching for BridgeMind per month? It's 305,000 per month are searching BridgeMind. And then vibe coding and BridgeMind are, do you see how the second related keyword to BridgeMind is vibe coding? So basically the YouTube algorithm knows that, hey, if people are searching vibe coding, you know, show them BridgeMind basically. Like if I go to YouTube right now and I just search up vibe coding, BridgeMind is going to be like up there. So you can see the BridgeMind Live is number 1. Here's another BridgeMind Live. Here's another BridgeMind video, right? Like I think the YouTube algorithm knows like, okay, this is a very big like vibe coding channel, right? So you can basically look at this. And one thing to note is if you look and you do Hermes Agent is like skyrocketing. And OpenClaw, if you do OpenClaw has been falling. Like OpenClaw is now way under Hermes Agent. And the thing is like, I think that, hey, if you're Riley Brown and you're trying to figure out, hey, what am I jumping to? I think these agents that are running in the cloud are pretty like that's a good market to get into, because there's a lot of people that use them and a lot of people that are very passionate. Turtle Rapes that are using Git work trees in each agent. So typically I won't use Git work trees, but I do have a huge update that's deploying, and we'll see here in a minute how good this is actually going to help, like how much this is going to help us. But if you look at this, what you're gonna see is that now we have the option that in any of these terminals, we can click this right here and we can click create Git work tree. And then we can just go boom, create Git work tree. And now there's a new Git work tree. We can launch Claude inside of that Git work tree and we're off to the races, right? And this is something that we've integrated that, you know, we'll see how this, you know, helps us. But I think that BridgeSpace is going to continue to evolve. It's going to continue to get better. Can I get a little hoo-yah for the vibe coding gang? Yeah, it's does anyone know if Matthew just uses regular Mac Minis and can they run local models, or would it be too weak? The models that you can run on one of these Mac Minis, I'm pretty sure these have 16 gigabytes of memory, okay? So you are not going to be able to run good models on it. 16 gigabytes, like honestly, you're better off, like local models just in general are going to be, definitely a thing in the future. And I actually was thinking, I wrote down something yesterday, and I want you guys to think about this. When you think about local models, think about the concept of, let's say that you're shipping an application like BridgeSpace, let's say, right? If I want to build functionality into BridgeSpace right now, I am going to connect to Claude Code. I'm going to connect to Codex. And for example, for the additional functionality, and we're even building this out today, but if I actually pull this up, and I go here, you can see that we've actually added the ability for you to be able to connect your ChatGPT account, okay? So you guys see this? You can connect your ChatGPT account now, right? But the thing is that in the future, there's gonna be models that are gonna be way better than using your ChatGPT account. So rather than creating a product that wraps around, you know, your ChatGPT plan and then using that as the API to get API access or get AI access, instead, we're going to have models that are able to be very small, that run very efficiently, that when a user downloads an application, you're just downloading a local AI model onto their machine. I think that we're seeing that with BridgeVoice, where, hey, for example, with BridgeVoice, we can go check out, let's just go to the settings here, and what you're going to see is that, hey, we're using local models here in BridgeVoice. You have the option to be able to use cloud, but for the most part, a lot of people use local because it's really fast, it's private, and we have all these different local models, and that's a ton of functionality that you now have integrated with just local models. You're never making an API request, right? And as the models get better, that will be something that enables end applications like a BridgeSpace or like a BridgeVoice to be able to create more and more useful features for users, because it's, you know, it's just running locally. Somebody said you built the connector better than Hermes. I guess, yeah, it's kind of surprising that they didn't have a great connector. I think that one issue that we have too with this, let's see if we can restart this. All right, UltraCode. So guys, like one issue that I have with UltraCode is this right here. So we've been running UltraCode for 7 minutes now, and I don't think that 7 minutes was necessary for this bug. We fixed the main issue with our bug, which was that, hey, this was like literally showing like off the screen. That's now fixed. Now the issue is that, hey, now we have this like white space down here that needs to be fixed. If you run UltraCode on this, it's going to tax your token usage, and then it's also going to take way too long to even complete in the first place. So I wouldn't recommend using UltraCode for most things. UltraCode, now that I've gotten to use it a lot more, it's going to be best for like very complex, like things that GPT 5.5 couldn't fix. We tested something where we gave it 3 shots in Opus 4.8, we gave it 2 shots in GPT 5.5, and then we gave it to UltraCode, and UltraCode was able to fix it the first go around. Now, it wasn't perfect. We had, this white space at the bottom, but the bug that we were getting that Opus 4.8 and GPT 5.5 couldn't fix, UltraCode was able to fix, right? So that's definitely one thing to note. I am a beginner and use Claude Desktop on finance search, how to link the data or sync to Codex as an audit. Currently, I just copy and paste. I don't prefer to use CLI. I'm not sure. I'd have to see your workflow and what you're doing a little bit better and, understand that a little bit better. I need you to note that BridgeMind now has 11,000 members in our Discord. We have 79,000 YouTube subscribers, and we have 35,000 followers on X. Would you update these numbers respectively? If you guys are watching and haven't already liked and subscribed, make sure you do so. I've been pushing through it today with the norovirus, but honestly, like, I haven't thrown up that much. I feel like the anti-nausea medicine that I took definitely helped. Also, the 50 bomb helped, but we'll be back to the 50 and maybe even 60 bombs tomorrow. But I mean, I've been up since 2 a.m. throwing up and stuff, so even to stream today is like I feel like a pretty big accomplishment. I feel good about that. Do you think we will get GPT 5.6 on Thursday? I don't think that this Thursday is likely. I think that next Thursday is possible. I think that GPT 5.6, I mean, is it going to be a leap? Is it going to be a step? It'll probably be a step, to be honest with you, but only time is going to tell. All right. No. Oh, wow. Do you guys see this? So it misunderstood what we were talking about here. Yeah, so honestly, guys, I feel like UltraCode, you start to get to the point where UltraCode is actually just going to hurt you. It's not going to help you. So, for example, I think that high is going to be just fine for this bug. I don't think that I should be using UltraCode. It just worked for 10 minutes. And if you guys saw that, it actually misunderstood what we were trying to fix. The issue that we're having is that in the window that we have here, do you guys see this spacing at the bottom? And it misunderstood that I was talking about the UI. You misunderstood what the bug actually was. If you look at the screenshot again, you'll notice that in the pop-out window for the BridgeSpace browser window, there is white space at the bottom. This has nothing to do with the hero section of the BridgeMind website. This has to do with white space that's actually in the window of the BridgeSpace pop-out window for the browser. Would you review this and try again, figure out what's causing this? All right, we do have an update pushing right now. I think that this one is going to be a pretty big update. I think a lot of people are going to like it, but we have to get that update out today. Are you making 5K a day? So the ARR has been going up significantly. Now the ARR is going to fluctuate up and down, but it's been a very good week. Over the last 6 days, I've gotten over $10,000 in payouts from Stripe. So it's a pretty big win there. Run npm run build and fix any build errors. All right, I'm gonna use the restroom real quick, guys. I'll be right back. Give me 1 sec here. Check the status of the deployment. All right, I'll be right back. I just realized we didn't have the lights turned on. Hold on, we just got the red lights. Guys, what's the vibe? You guys like the red lights? Like the red lights those are only for no talking streams. Hold up, we gotta fix this. Hold up. It's a better vibe. Thank you, Wisio. Did we figure out the rate limits from the Minimax M3 model being served for free by OpenCode? Yeah, I mean, they're definitely like, for example, yesterday while I was even testing them, they literally had, I ran a chat that was running Minimax M3 on OpenCode on the right tab, and then I was running the free version on the left. And for example, the free version was running at much slower. I think the one that I was paying for ran like a context window of like 120,000, and then the one on the left only ran like 12,000. Do you think you will be able to live from BridgeMind? 100%, yeah. Okay, I do want to do a couple things here. Man, this update looks, it's gonna be a good one. Okay, let's go over here. Hold on, let's look at this. So you guys know that we are working on basically a competitor to Codecademy, but for vibe coding. I do want to open this. Let's take a look at the UI here. I'm pretty sure we made like big updates to the UI. I don't like the blue. Literally when I made this UI, we were only at 15,484 in MRR. It's gone up a lot. Okay. UltraCode can cause pretty big problems in your code base, guys. Be careful with that. I need you to note that the new pricing is $49 per month for Pro, and then the lifetime is $299. I am not a big fan of all of the blue. It'd be nice to have a little bit more of a clean cut black, light, dark, and kind of keep it simple. All right. Did I see the Codex update? Dirk said, so before you push an update, you don't do system-wide specs to ensure you don't break any previous features. So I do QA testing. When you say system-wide spec test, what do you mean by that? Like a test suite or something like that, or what do you do? Check the status again. So Josie, just so you know, the Vibecademy is not going to be built by AI. It's going to be, I'm basically going to, everything that I feel like with BridgeMind, I'm kind of learning how it works. Like BridgeMind is more, hey, we've got the series of vibe coding app until I make $1 million. BridgeMind isn't really associated with, you can learn vibe coding by watching me work, right? And I answer your guys' questions. But Vibecademy is going to be more like, I'm going to be showing people how to do the things that I do, and I'm actually going to be explaining like end to end the process of vibe coding. It's going to take a lot of time to do that. That's why we haven't already shipped it. Like if I just like wanted to, do that and then like ship it really fast, like no, it's not the approach that we're taking. So to answer your question, they're not going to be made by AI. It's going to be me. That's why it's taking long to get it out in the first place. Basically, all my stuff is spec'd as I build, so I run comprehensive tests on all features exercising real features on a dev sandbox so I know all still works as expected. I won't be surprised if one change over here didn't make another thing behave incorrectly in another place. That's a spec, golden test, E2E test, yeah. I need you to launch 10 deep dive agents to do a complete review of the project and identify ways that we can improve our testing for end-to-end tests on the application to make sure that we have thorough testing in BridgeSpace. First, analyze our existing test suite and think through how we can improve this with best practices. People are saying that Codex just silently nerfed the weekly rate limit. All right, let's go over here. Guys, you know what's crazy to me? How far the bridge mining community has actually come. You know, we're just locked in right now. We're grinding, right? And we've got, across Twitch and YouTube, we've got 535 people in the chat. Like that's crazy to me. To even like really like I just appreciate you guys for being a part of the community, because like, just so you guys know, the community in my mind is number one. At the end of the day, like, that is the most important factor that I feel like is just lead the community well and build that community. Like for me personally, it's like just to see like how big the community has grown is just so mind-blowing to me. And I'm just very thankful for you guys for being here. It's fun to grind alongside you guys, and I can say that like even though I was sick this morning, I'm feeling better now, and I'm just happy that I turned the stream on because I just love this. And I'm very thankful for you guys for being a part of the community, because it wouldn't be the same without you. And you know, I hope that I can give back to you guys in any way that I can, just by making this the best vibe coding community in the world, especially when I think about like 3 to 5 years from now. If we can build a community to like 30,000 to 50,000 members over the next 3 to 5 years, I think that will be a huge accomplishment. And we're already at 11,000 and it hasn't even been a year. Yeah, I'll drink water. Check the status. All right, I do want to launch Codex real quick. Hold on, let's actually CD directly into BridgeSpace. Hypertech, let's go. I want you to launch 3 deep dive agents and do a complete in-depth review over the Ghost autocomplete feature, and assist me in making it so that if I go into settings, I'm able to see the Ghost autocomplete feature and I can actually see the history and how that data is organized. I want to understand how it works, and that would help me debug an issue that we're currently having with it. Thank you guys. We got thank you, Drew. Let's go. All right, I'm gonna drink water. Thank you guys. A friend of mine once made a joke, Spotify clone with Duckify with Gemini Canvas feature. After he had any feature to add own MP4 files to add songs, then he gave the project to me, and after around 1 month of vibe coding on it, I was able to make it a full app. Currently it's still on Electron though, and I'm thinking about a switch to Tari since I'm working on V2. Do you think a switch like that would be useful for performance? Because I heard Tari is more performant. So like when I built BridgeSpace initially in Electron, and then I did make the switch to Tari. So if I'm you, I'm thinking, hey, how good is the performance currently? And like, if you have really bad performance, then hey, it's probably worth the switch. Now, if performance is like okay, then hey, it may not be worth rewriting your entire application to Tari. Now with AI, you can do that 100%, but it will be a rewrite, and you will have bugs that get introduced from that rewrite. So it's really up to you. It just depends on how good the performance is right now. Trotman Show, what's up? He said, how are you hanging in there? I'm doing good. Yeah, I'm doing good. I'm pushing through. Haven't thrown up in like what, an hour? So I'm feeling good. I'm feeling good. Yeah. Yeah, it was honestly, it was way worse. Just like, I don't know if like tonight will be really bad. Just like while I'm sleeping and stuff, I'll keep waking up and throwing up and stuff. But it was so annoying. Like just starting to throw up at like 2 a.m. and not getting any sleep. And just, I was like, what even is this? And I was like, oh, norovirus. Yeah. Makes sense. Tari is good and not good at the same time. If you have multiple Tari Chrome web instances in Tari, like 7 for example, it will 100% idle at 700 MB to 1.5 gigabytes of RAM. If you have one instance like BridgeSpace, it's fine. BridgeSpace is at 100 MB. Yeah. Krish over on Twitch said, I recently made an invoice bank statements platform for my client, and I'm thinking about converting it into a SaaS, but I'm confused where to start. Well, if you currently have something that's working, you just want to make it so that people can sign up for it. You want to auth guard it. You want to subscription guard it. And once that's done, if you already have something that's working, that's the only thing that you need to do. I'm going to give the same. Okay, how are these working here? This one's still working. Is the waitlist functionality, hold on. It should not say get started. It should say join waitlist respectively. Make sure that all the calls to action buttons are updated accordingly. Tari with Rust is better than Electron 100%. Yeah, I think so too. Yeah, norovirus, it's not fun. Probably the worst that I've felt in a decade last night. I'm not even kidding. It was not enjoyable. But I feel like I'm honestly over the worst part of it. I mean, we're 2.5 hours into a stream. Okay, wait, Stain said, by the way, that long 30-hour goal I did with Codex did pay off. Very good for pulling sources to create a data brain. It took very long for me, but I was having it research an entire industry. What did it create? Did it create like a document, Stain? Elia said, where can you learn advanced vibe coding? I feel like I'm doing really good, but I feel that when I release my work, it might crash, won't work as intended. So I'm gonna just start referencing, like, I think that Vibecademy is gonna help people a lot because, and the hardest part for me is just that I don't like making content. It's hard for me to, I don't like when I make content, I like, let's say that I'm making a YouTube video, right? Like I make a review video. I put a lot of effort into it. Now it'll take about 3 hours for me to make a YouTube video. Like yesterday, my Minimax M3 video, it took me at least 2 hours to actually make the video in total from start to end. It took me 3 hours to get that video out. And it's very difficult to like make content. It can be very time consuming and take up like so much of your time. But with Vibecademy, it's like, I am passionate about vibe coding and I want to help other people vibe code successfully. And to be able to teach people like the workflows that I've learned like over the last 3.5 years is definitely, I think that there's like, first of all, there's a big demand for it. There's a big need for it. Like when I look at, it's, I don't know. I just think that that's definitely something that is a goal of mine to create that platform, but it just takes so much effort outside of streaming. And the streaming can be like, after a stream, it's very hard. Like, let's say that I create a video in the morning and then I stream, I'm like maxed out on like talking and stuff. Like after I get off a stream, it's very difficult for me to like then go make more content because I've already been talking and stuff for hours and hours and hours on end. So that's like the biggest struggle that I have. Like if I wasn't streaming, I would open up my time so much because I would have more energy to do other things. But with streaming, it's just like, it's almost like it's not even possible. Like it's, okay, what is the, what free model do I think is the best for everything coding in every single thing? I mean, right now Minimax M3 is being offered via OpenCode for free, but honestly, man, it's pretty hard for me to recommend like free models. I know that a lot of people have like super low budgets and they can't afford models. So if that's you, I mean, you can definitely like use a Minimax M3 inside of OpenRouter or OpenCode, and you can do that. There are free ways to Vibecode, but the difference of output is going to be massive. Firepong, thank you, man. I appreciate that. I need to get more sleep. Yeah, well, I only got a couple hours of sleep last night just because I was throwing up throughout the night. But the thing is guys, is like, this is where champions are made, okay? This is where you decide the difference. This is where you decide who you want to be. Like, if everything's going well and things are easy, like, yeah, like things are easy. But when you show up, regardless, that's kind of where you prove who you are. Okay, let's go check this out. So this is the browser. Let's see if that did get fixed. Oh, it broke it again. Do you guys see this? Man. It's this one here. Okay, Ilu over on Twitch said, for free models in OpenCode, I use modified versions of DeepSeek V4 Flash Free and Big Pickle. Maybe that helps you, man. Thank you. Okay, let's so you guys see the issue that we're having? It literally just didn't fix our issue at all. I literally am getting the same exact issue. It didn't fix this at all. You didn't fix the issue at all, and note that when I initially launched the browser window, I again got that bug where it wasn't centered properly. Review this with 5 deep dive agents and figure out what is causing this and fix it. Water. Yeah, we need to get some water. Let's get some water. Thank you. Yeah. Okay, Super Combo said use Composer 2.5 with the debug skill to fast iterate fixes. Let's do it. I think that's a good rec. Thank you. So let's open up Cursor here. And with Cursor, what we're going to do is we are going to try this now. Debug mode yesterday was not great, so we're going to use Composer 2.5 Flash. We're going to add BridgeSpace here. Now, the only issue here is that now... Oh, hold up. Debug mode. So in Cursor, there's this feature. It's called debug mode. And what it'll do is it'll actually put instrumentation so that you can test. Sorry, almost threw up. All right. Wait, what did Eper say? How do you organize what you need to get done for the day? Pretty much I just build and iterate. So my biggest goal for today is I'm trying to ship out this new BridgeSpace version. I do make like lists that are, now today's been a little bit different because, you know, I've been super sick. So today's a little bit different. I didn't even know if I would be able to stream today, but I just dug deep and I was like, you know what, dude, let's just do it. Let's just stream. We got to keep that momentum going. And hey, it turned out great because, hey, we are going to get this BridgeSpace version shipped, but that's like my main goal. If you look at my goals behind me, ship BridgeSpace. It actually is going to be BridgeSpace 3.1. This update that's coming to BridgeSpace right now is a pretty substantial one. And it's a huge step in the right direction to BridgeSpace 4. So you guys can see that 2 out of 4 complete Linux did just finish. Windows and Mac OS are still running, 0 failures. So that's going to push out here soon. Chris Luttrell said, but you have to take care of yourself for the long run. Take it easy, Matthew. Sorry you're sick. Yeah, I appreciate that, Chris. And yeah, there's definitely a lot of truth to that. You know, you want to make sure that you take care of yourself and whatnot. From my perspective, it's like, I feel like I worked so long. Like you guys saw, you know, for example, like the day 1 stream, right? Or the day 4 stream when nobody was watching, right? And when BridgeMine was like very early on. Okay, great work. I now need you to create a structured plan for this that will implement end-to-end tests across the entire application accordingly. So, you know, hey, like, there is some extent when you start to see like things work out for you, you may think that, oh, it may be demotivating when it's working out and you're getting some of that success. But for me, like, sometimes, like, I've been doing push-ups before, and I'm not even kidding. Like, I did push-ups before I started streaming. Like, that was a thing that's just me. Okay. That's not something that I do of, oh, like there's a lot of people now that, hey, they'll be doing the vibe coding and they'll be doing push-ups because they saw that it worked for me, right? So they're like, oh, I do push-ups and, you know, that helps with engagement and stuff. And I'm like, yeah, like the push-ups help with engagement. And I think, but like, I just genuinely believe that like doing push-ups while you're working and like doing 500 push-ups, like that's the only way that I can stay healthy because I don't have as much time to even like work out anymore. I used to work out 2.5 hours a day. Now I barely have time to work out. Because I just am working all the time. So I do the push-ups because it gives me energy, it helps me stay fit, and you know, I've had times where I'm doing push-ups and I literally just remember early days of vibe coding when I was doing that, and it's like now there's so much more to it, right? Like there's just a lot more has been accomplished. So I feel like every day that I wake up, I feel like I'm still fighting for that person that was putting in all of that effort all those years ago, if that makes sense. You know, like I can remember how it felt when I had no MRR, right? And I can remember how difficult when I had 0 watchers. And I'm like, well, now things are paying off. Like, why would I not work insanely hard right now? So even on days when I'm sick, I'm like, you know what? Like, I'm showing up today for the guy that had 0 watchers, because the guy that had 0 watchers, no matter how he felt, he would have been showing up even when he's got norovirus. So that's my perspective on it. And, you know, I think that's a good perspective to have. Try a kettlebell to supplement push-ups. I don't have a kettlebell. I'll have to try it out sometime though. Do I have a specific work for each model, like Claude for build, GPT for revision? Can you talk about the matter, please? I mean, I think that like Claude is the best overall model. I think that GPT models are really strong in back end. I think that Opus models are really strong in front end design. But I recommend using both. Okay, and if you don't use both, I think that you're going to miss out on all of the strengths that the other model has. Okay, this is so buggy. Status check. Okay, Stain said a folder for the brand specifically, including JSONs for all different data parts, brains, fitments, units. It's for large e-com storefront, so a lot of product brand related knowledge. Also validation scripts and workflows. Had Claude deal with most of the organizing post-goal completion. That's cool. Yeah, you'll have to send some of that in the Discord, or just DM me, Stain, because that sounds cool. I'm interested in seeing what that accomplished for you. All right. Let's go over here to Vibecademy. Full waitlist mode, yes. Wait. Status check. Okay, this is about to ship out in like 6 minutes, guys. Now, it's going to have some bugs. We're going to knock them out, but we just had to get that version shipped because there's bugs that were worse that we fixed. I do want to try the resume functionality that never ended up getting built with this update. We had it working. We broke it. We weren't able to get it re-implemented, unfortunately. Let's see if we've got anything working here. Finesco, what's up, man? Good to see you. What's the blue triangle thing? I've just started using it. It's called Clicky. So basically at any time I can do this and say, hey, what's up? What do you see on my screen? What am I doing? And it like basically can see my screen.
Take a careful look at what's on your screens and walk you through it. You're coding on stream right now. Your main screen shows BridgeMind with multiple panels and an active coding or agent workflow. One side screen has your streaming studio and chat with a light goal. and the other has OBS open with your webcam, actively
That
streaming.
is so, okay, that's actually sick. Okay, hold up. I want you to type a message into the chat in Restream and say, hey, what's up? Let's see if it can do this.
I can do that, but it's an externally visible message, so I need your clear go-ahead. If you want, I can draft, hey, what's up, into the Restream chat box for you to send. Or you can confirm and I'll proceed.
I confirm I want you to do it.
Okay, I'll drop that message into the Restream chat now.
Let's see what it does.
I'm putting your message in the Restream chat box here.
I see it doing the thing. But the problem is it isn't able to actually type it out. Like, no, it didn't do it. It's not quite there yet. You never typed it in. Why didn't you not type it in and send it?
I'll recheck the Restream chat input in correct course based on what's actually on screen.
Alright, so here's a file editor.
This
Browser.
is the Restream chat input at the bottom right.
Still not. Yeah, it's still not working as we need it. Status check, please. Yeah, it just doesn't send it. So, like, that's where it's like, it's not that big of a deal. But, man, I mean, even something like, I guess like a use case could be, if that did work, if I ever said like, hey, Clicky, I need you to try that again. You didn't post it in the chat box. Please try again and send it. It's just not working.
Got it. Let me try the chat box again and make sure it actually goes through. This is the Restream message box at the bottom right, and I'm typing your message into it now. I dropped, hey, what's up, into that box. One thing to know, I can type into the field, but I can't press send for you. So go ahead and hit enter or the send arrow to post it.
I'm telling you, it's not able to do it. I do not use 11 Labs. Okay, it looks like we do have a new version here. It is shipped out. We're gonna see an update come out. So this is this is a very big update for BridgeSpace. This is version 3.1. So this version actually does include Git, which is a very big deal. I use AWS for hosting. Okay, so we're gonna see a new update come here in a minute. So I'm gonna change this. 3.1.1 is now what we have. This is a big update, and there's gonna be more that come today. Okay, Super Combo asked, did Composer 2.5 finish? Let's check it. Okay, so it says open a workspace, open the right browser panel, load a site, detach the browser. I think we already did it. So look at this. So this is how debug mode works in Cursor if you don't know about this. So pretty much it builds the instrumentation. So you'll describe a bug and it'll set up instrumentation. So rather than going through and like updating code, what it'll do is it'll go through and it'll create instrumentation around that feature so that it can figure out what's going on. And then it'll be able to actually analyze that log and it'll be able to figure out what is causing that bug. So it gives you a lot, it's a better debugging process. Sometimes it can work like magic. Sometimes I feel like I'm running in a loop, but if you're trying to debug something, this is actually a pretty good feature to use. I'm actually starting to seriously look at the DJX Spark again after learning about DFlash, hierarchical diffusion, transformers are taking over. That's interesting. How much does it cost a month? I spend $1,000 a month for hosting. Matt, can you give me a quick walkthrough on the new Git feature comparing to let Claude create the Git? So Recon, like one thing to remember is that so check this out. So this is about to launch. We should see the update come here through in a minute. Hold on. Can I close this real quick? Hold on, let me just double check this real quick. Alright, I'm gonna see, for some reason I'm not getting the auto update here. Actions. Okay, this definitely did get deployed. Alright, hold on here. Alright, let's try this, guys. Let's close it. There we go. Alright, update now. Alright, BridgeSpace 3.1.1. Update now. Let's go. Huge update. Alright, BridgeSpace, here is the change log. BridgeSpace 3.1.1 adds a read-only pre-ship diff review that hands your local Git changes to an agent for a focused safety check and restores the desktop release pipeline to build ship reliably again. So you can now, so let's just acknowledge this real quick. And let's now open this up. And let's check it out in production here. So now this does look a lot better here on the right. This is the updated skills. The UI here is so much better. Wow, that looks clean. Nice. All right, so look at this, guys. So now I can just pop these out. The SCI, we can pop these windows out. Just make sure this works. So look at this, BridgeVoice API, and look at this. Here are all of our changes here. So we have 64 changes, no stage changes. We could literally just click stage all, and then we could commit all. That's really nice here. So we now have Git. Let's check out the file editor. So now you can open up the file editor like in its own window. So rather than having to just have it in this right sidebar, you can now open up all of these at the same time. Now we do have a bug in the browser here. So if I open this up. Oh, whoa, it's working. Guys, let's go. All right. It worked in production. Definitely can be an improvement, but nice. Oh, I spoke too soon. Went black. Also, I just realized that there's no way to there's no header here to research anything, but for just initially launching this is not bad. Let's go. Wait, no, super combo, that's not yet. This is the fix. Okay, so let's see. So that was the actual production version, super combo. Here is what Cursor did. So it did confirm this bug here. So it creates hypotheses for what could be causing the bug, and then it'll confirm a bug, okay? So what we're now going to do is now we're going to go back over here, and we're going to relaunch all of this, okay? So we're going to run npm run dev here. We're going to run npm run start dev here, and then we're going to run npm run tari dev local. We're going to launch all this. Can you explain a little more and the reason for it, what it does, the new feature? So Git is just big in general. Let's go over here and just see, like, hold on, give me 1 second here. So I'm going to go over to my settings here, and I'm going to go to AI accounts. And let's actually test this flow. So we only tested it locally. We're not sure. Hold on, let's test this in production now. Ooh, it failed. Okay. Uh-oh. Okay. Okay, so check this out. So this did fail here. So what I'm going to do is I actually am going to use Cursor for this. And we're just going to do this. We're going to drop this in. I'm going to use GPT 5.5 extra high fast. I'm going to add BridgeSpace Tari. I'm going to add BridgeVoice API. I'm going to say, I'm also going to add BridgeVoice UI because there's going to need to be like some sort of onboarding flow. I need you to do a complete in-depth review of the flow for actually being able to connect my Codex or my ChatGPT account to BridgeMind. Right now it's not working. I need you to launch 5 subagents to do a complete review and analysis of the code. These subagents should use GPT 5.5 extra high fast. And I need you to note that we need to create a structured plan for all of the changes that need to be made so that this feature actually does work. Currently, it does not work. Okay, so I'm gonna put it in plan mode. I have a bunch of cursor credits, so it's good to use this from time to time. Is there a local voice model you recommend? I would just use base, especially the English one. Like, it's near immediate transcription times for the base model. So, yeah, I am debugging with Composer 2.5. So, super combo, this is gonna be the test here. So, let's now launch it. And if this works, then, which it does look like that worked. Now, let's kind of click around a little bit. It does look like it got it. I mean, that does look good. Now, let's see now if it can figure out what is causing this here. So let's now look down here. And I am gonna now say, hey, what's going on down here with this footer? And this is Composer 2.5. I think it's this one, right? Hold on, or is it this one? Okay. I think it's fixed. I mean, let's launch it again. Let's restart and launch again and see if... Let's just do another test here. Weird flickering on scrolling. Okay. PewDiePie just released a free ADE. That's cool. All right, get that frame of motion on the scrolling. Yeah. This is not similar to anti-gravity. All right, we need to make some posts on X, guys. I've been slacking on X today. I think I only made 1 post. Dang, the streams are starting to perform a lot better on X. All right, guys, let's do an X post. We'll just do one. One today, 1 X post. Water, thank you, mute the app. Water. All right, so I do think that's fixed. It looks like our issue is now fixed, but take a look at the design here and note that there is white space down here at the bottom. Make sure that it fills this completely. Figure out what's causing this white space and fix this. Also note that there is a weird flickering issue when I'm scrolling down. Figure out what's causing this. Also, it would be great to make sure that we add in a input at the top to be able to navigate to a new URL. Review and integrate these updates accordingly. Composer 2.5 fast. Why is Composer 2.5 fast good? The reason is because you can iterate with it incredibly quickly. So you guys just saw, hey, we put it in debug mode. It actually solved an issue that Opus 4.8 and GPT 5.5 was not able to solve. So we were able to use this and it did a very good job, okay? You know, you guys are seeing that, hey, you can use Composer 2.5 fast. Now, a lot of people, when they think about Composer 2.5, they're like, well, isn't that just Kimi K 2.5? And it's like, yes, that is Kimi K 2.5. But if you guys are familiar with how that actually, like, the Kimi K 2.5 was the base for that model, and it only makes up like 7% of that model. I don't know the exact figure, but I know it's like less than 10%. There's an X post about this. And then it's like, the rest of that is RL after the fact from Cursor that was trained on Colossus, and it runs at like 200 tokens per second or something crazy, and it does do a pretty good job. Like, this does not give me Kimi K 2.5 vibes. This gives me like, this is a solid model vibes, you know? Yeah, let's drink some more water. Thank you, mute the app. How many tokens are you burning? What's the best optimization strat? I burn a lot of tokens because I have a lot of plans. So I pretty much have got unlimited AI. So I don't use a bunch of token optimization strategies. I just kind of let the models do their thing. There are strategies like Caveman, but Caveman, it just talks to you differently. It doesn't actually save much on like the actual reasoning tokens, which is where the bulk of your tokens are going to be used. But yeah, I mean, you guys can see this Composer 2.5 fast. I mean, it's very fast. It gets stuff done. Hold on, let's check the Codex ChatGPT account connection issue. So look at this. We actually already have a plan for this, so we'll build this in now. Yeah, I mean, that's pretty good. Look at how fast Composer 2.5 is. Wow. How much gigabyte of storage does your Mac Minis have? And they run API. Sorry, trying to get into Hermeization. So yeah, so the Mac Minis, they do use API. They use my Codex plan or my ChatGPT plan. And I don't know how much storage they have off the top of my head. I know that it's just like the baseline model. I didn't go too crazy on it. I would recommend, like, honestly, now that I have the Mac Minis, now that I have the DJX Sparks, I'm gonna be honest with you guys. You can just run Hermes agents like on your machine, and I think that you're actually gonna have a better result if you just run it on like your own machine. Having it run in an isolated cloud environment can actually introduce like more complexity than you need, and having it like on your computer can sometimes just be better than if you had it running in like a VPS or something like that. Okay, so let's now pop this out. I mean, do you guys see how fast it integrates features? Now, it kind of goes... It showed for a second. Oh, wait, hold up. Is it still updating stuff? Will I ever have free versions of your programs? Probably not. I don't really think that free is a great approach, to be honest with you. You know, at the end of the day, this is a business. We're trying to get to 1 million, and if I had a bunch of like free stuff, I just wouldn't get there. A lot of people that, you know, are content creators and stuff and make a bunch of money off of content creation, they'll have free stuff. I feel like I mean, it's great for engagement and whatnot because you're giving out a product for free. So, hey, you may get more engagement. You may get more people that are using your products. Like if I made BridgeMind free, the amount of people that would be using it would be like, 20 to 30,000 users by this point. If it was free, it would have a ton of users. And that can be a good thing, but at the same time though, you're foregoing all of the revenue, right? And then how are you making money, right? So a lot of people, they'll do like open source stuff, and I don't know. I think that that's not the best approach, especially for BridgeMind. Okay, let's go back over here real quick. And what even broke here? Is it this one that caused the issue? We got issues, hold on. Lemasi, what's up? The Big over on Twitch said, what are you making? So you're looking at it right now. So it's an ADE, it's an agent development environment. All right, here we go, we're back. All right, so let's test. Okay, it's reloading because we have a bunch of updates being dropped on here with this agent. Wisio said, let's get to 500 likes. Let's go, man. I appreciate that. But for running Hermes agents, you don't need Mac Mini, for example. Yeah, you really don't. Like, especially after using it, you can use sub agents. I think that having like 5 Hermes agents is a little bit overkill. Honestly, you could definitely argue that it would be better just to have a singular Hermes agent on one machine. And if you're really trying to get into Hermes, I don't think that you should fall for like the Alex Finn hype of like go out and buy Mac Mini and like get it in a VPS. Like honestly, from my personal experience, if you just use it on your machine, you don't need to go get a Mac Mini. And you may think like, oh, getting a Mac Mini, like it's gonna be in an isolated environment, and there are good aspects to that, but there are also aspects of like, hey, for example, I'm SSHing into these machines. I don't have like keyboards and monitors to them. So even one example is I hooked up one of these Hermes agents to be able to like have access to my X account so that it could, you know, actually make posts for me and stuff on X. And I had to go through the OAuth flow. And in order to go through the OAuth flow, I actually had to set it up with a keyboard and mouse to be able to do that. And I think that's just one example. But if you had a VPS, it would be very difficult for you to do that OAuth flow unless you figure out a way. And there is obviously a way that you can, you know, SSH into it and then be able to click into it with something like Windows app. But it introduces more issues. Whereas if you had it just running on your normal computer, that would be no problem. You'd be like, let me just, you know, go through that OAuth flow on this machine and get it set up, you know, whereas I don't know. I would recommend not getting a Mac Mini. I think it's a waste of money. And I'm just being real with you guys. I put my Jarvis on a 10-year-old PC. Yeah, Super Combo. That's like the thing. Like, so Super Combo. I remember you telling me that early on. He actually was the one that helped me get set up with OpenClaw, and yeah, I mean, sorry, I was looking at text. And yeah, he's running it on like a potato basically. So, you know, you don't need a super nice Mac Mini. I'm not running local models on it in the first place. Dang, the performance of the browser has definitely improved a lot, to be honest with you guys. Let's go back to BridgeVoice.ai here. Performance of the browser and the new update is pretty substantial. I don't like this white space, but no, you can have multiple agents working in the same project. Okay, and then here's that Git work tree. So this is another big update that just released. And guys, this is why, like, hey, I'm going to do you guys can see it up here, but I'm going to set my July 31st goals here soon. Getting norovirus definitely has pushed things back a little bit. I'm hoping that I'll be like totally fine by tomorrow. Norovirus, it lasts for about, oh, I don't like that. You guys see this? So norovirus lasts for about 24 to 72 hours. I think the first 24 hours are the hardest part because you're basically just throwing up constantly. So I feel like I've gotten through the hardest part. Last night was pretty bad. All right, let's fix this bug here. So I'm just gonna run Claude, and then we're gonna, wait, where did I go? Clean.x. I need you to review the bug and figure out how we can update the z-index so that this modal properly displays over the right sidebar and it displays over it. This is a bug because the right sidebar is overlapping the modal. Fix this when I am creating a new Git work tree respectively. The big juice over on Twitch said, is that ARR from the ADE? So BridgeMind, if you want to go check it out, you can go check out BridgeMind.ai, but you are going to see that it's not just the ADE. Basically, if you're familiar with like WhisperFlow, that we also have built a competitor to WhisperFlow. So this here is my voice-to-text tool. So with a BridgeMind subscription, you get access to both BridgeVoice and BridgeSpace. But let me show you. I'll just show you the Stripe dashboard real quick. So far today, I haven't done any fire sales or anything. But we're at 575 in volume today. So not bad for today so far, especially with norovirus. But then let's take a look. It looks like we had a little bit of churn since we last checked. So yeah, we had a little bit of churn. Today's not a great day, but it's very slow in the space right now. But we're at 17,732. We've got 627 active subscribers. But I think that you do need to look out like here. Like, you just never know what things are going to look like once you zoom out, like big picture, you know, over time. That consistency just compounds, man. Like, there's nothing that is going to beat consistency. Like, if you're just going to be consistent, then you're probably going to be successful, to be honest with you. All right, let's go over here. Okay, launch a sub-agent to confirm the fix. All right, let's go over here, and I am going to let people know that Mario Knopfel posted about BridgeMind. Who's that? Who's Mario Knopfel? I have no idea who this is. Mario Knopfel? Mario Knopfel. Who's this guy? Whoa, 3.5 million. Is this the right guy? He looks like political. I don't think that that's the right guy. Oh, shoot. Oh, this guy. Some people watch Netflix. This guy live streams 7 Claude journals and makes 20K a month doing it. Let's go. All right, BridgeSpace 3.1.1 did just ship out, guys. For anybody that is in the chat that is interested in trying the new update, this is a pretty substantial update. We're honestly, guys, I'm just down to keep on grinding. I'm down to work right now. I just want to work. So let's keep on going. All right, hold on. Let's go over here. All right, Codex. Bring it back here. All right, let's see if we didn't fix that problem that we had. So open router. Let's expand it just a little bit. Step 3.7. Opus 4.8. Yeah, we definitely did fix this issue that we had with the inputs. Let's go. Slater Dev asks how I'm feeling. Honestly, I'm feeling better than I was this morning. So I'm happy that I powered through because, I mean, shoot, guys, who wants to do a 30 bomb with me right now? I'm feeling up for a 30 bomb. That's how good I'm feeling right now, chat. We just shipped a new update. Like the new theme, looking fire. Yeah, this is just another theme. It's always been here. All right, I'll go up here. Okay. So, for example, all right, don't worry about this. We already fixed this bug. Yeah, 3.1. We just get shipped 3.1. So now on 3.1, if I click this, now you have the access to BridgeSpace, BridgeSwarm. Oh my gosh, the design is so sick. I love that design. Opus 4.8 did that. Boom, boom, boom. All right, so Bridgeboard. Here's Bridgeboard. Man, I would love to see this be improved. M3 is already on Bridgebench, DJ Vision. You're gonna have to look for it though. It's near the bottom on most things. Yeah, this is a pretty good update, guys. Especially with the Git, like, so look at this. So I don't have Git opened up there, right? But if I go over to like BridgeSpace, I can now create a Git worktree right here. So create Git work tree. Now I'm in that work tree, and now I can do experiments. I need you to launch 10 subagents to do a complete deep dive of BridgeSpace. Particularly, I want you to check out in our Git history. I want you to go check out the resume functionality and how it worked with the modal in version 3.0.74. The resume functionality worked perfectly with the SQLite database and the resume modal that popped up when I relaunched BridgeSpace, and right now it seems like it just doesn't work. especially when I test this locally, it's not working. I want you to check out this legacy code and figure out why it's not working and how we can get it working again. Whoa. Uh-oh. Hold up, guys. Okay, I did not like that. All right, so I am going to use GPT 5.5 on this. I need you to launch 5 deep dive agents, and note that I was just using BridgeSpace and all of a sudden it seemed like everything froze. I was not able to click around the terminals. Now it did fix itself, and about 20 seconds later I was able to click around again. But would you check out my BridgeSpace logs locally on this machine and see if there are any logs about this freeze that happened? And if you find what happened, report back to me what happened. But it did seem like everything froze there for a second. Launch the sub agents and report back to me. All right. All right, let's go, guys. All right, now we're fine, but we did have a little bit of a glitch there. Is Stain in the chat? Is Stain in the chat? Could somebody that has a Windows machine tell me, somebody that has a Windows machine, it would be great if you told me if on a Windows machine you're able to open up files inside of BridgeSpace and see the files, like in the file editor here. You guys look at this. Let me know on Windows if you're able to do that. Okay, let's launch Codex here. I need you to launch 2 deep dive agents and do a complete review of the file editor inside of BridgeSpace and gain a complete understanding. And note that we need to be able to toggle autosave on in BridgeSpace and make it so that users are actually able to save files respectively. Users have reported that they are unable to save files that they're editing in BridgeSpace. Figure out what's causing this bug and create a structured plan to implement the fix so that users are able to turn on autosave that links respectively to the file editor, and that users are able to actually edit files and then save them accordingly. Still, this bug where I'll be clicked in here and it won't save. All right, that's another bug. All right, the editor is working. Okay, awesome. Thank you, Mithyap. I need you to launch 3 deep dive agents and do a complete review of this screenshot for reference. And note that for some reason, when I'm clicked into a pane in BridgeSpace, even though I use a voice to text tool, it should paste that text into the respective pane that I'm clicked into. But for whatever reason, it does not do this. Instead, it incorrectly pastes the text into a terminal pane that I'm not actually clicked into. Would you review this and figure out why this is happening and help me integrate the correct fix to get this working? First, find the bug and then create a structured plan to get this working properly. All right, I'm gonna paste in BridgeSpace Tari here. All right, and this is GPT 5.5. Now, GPT 5.5, so-so. All right, I'm gonna use the restroom real quick, guys. Not before I drop a 30 bomb though. Let's drop a 30 bomb, guys. We're gonna be back to 50 bombs and stuff tomorrow, but with norovirus, it's been hard to hit the 50 bombs. But let's drop a 30 bomb, chat. Let's go, 30 bomb. All right, let's go. All right. Yes, implement. All right, I'll be right back, guys. All right, let's go. Let's go, guys. All right, this looked good. I want to look at this one that's in its own work tree, okay? So this is the first experience that we have running one of these in a work tree. You guys can see that I launched 10 subagents, okay? Wow. So I think that the isolated work trees are actually going to help us a lot. But I honestly don't use those a ton. But you guys can see that now you do have the ability to just create get work trees in BridgeSpace. Like, boom. Create get work tree. All right, I am interested. Let's implement this plan. So somebody asked, what are we working on? So we did just ship out a huge update. Oh, hold up. Super combo just, wait, hold up. All right, this is the OpenAI update. Hold on. So building apps has never been easier. This isn't super combo. It's only got 283,000 views. Nobody cares. Nobody cares about it. Yeah, nobody cares about this. The Hermes desktop app is a lot more big a video. What is OpenAI doing? I would love to show you guys the CNBC interview with Sam Altman. It was so interesting. Just like the 5 minutes that I watched, like to hear him talk about it, like it was really interesting. If you guys haven't seen that, I recommend watching it. Maybe ask Claude to use LazyGit as a reference, just a suggestion. David asks, is my goal to get acquired by a frontier lab? Honestly, dude, like, my goals at this point is that, let's say that I got acquired by a frontier lab. The problem is that would I then be able to still lead the BridgeMind community? Like right now, the BridgeMind community is my top priority in growing this community so that it's the #1 vibe coding community, not just now, but 5 years from now. That is my mission because I'm like super young. I'm 23 years old. And obviously like, hey, at a very young age, I've been able to create this community and I've been able to like help lead this vibe coding movement, right? And I'm incredibly passionate about it. And from my perspective, I'm like, Honestly, I could get acquired, but that's not really my goal, to be honest with you. What I'm more interested in is like, how could I get this community to 50,000 members in 5 years? Like that is a massive goal in my mind. 3 to 5 years, 50,000 members. Could you make it happen? I think that you could. And I think that vibe coding is going to get a heck of a lot bigger. There's a lot of people that I know in my personal life that they ask me, they're like, dude, like, how do you vibe code? Like, like explain it to me or whatnot. And I'm like, dude, you got to get in the trenches and you got to start building, right? And I just think that vibe coding has not really taken off. Like, it's going to get so much bigger, especially with new models and stuff. It's going to get way bigger, guys. Daz said, I'm only 16, bro, and you inspired me to vibe code. That's awesome, dude. That's so young. 16 years old, man. You got your whole life ahead of you. By the time you're my age, you will be so far ahead of me, man. If I started when I was 16, man, 16. Yeah, keep doing what you're doing. It'll pay off. I got super serious about this when I was 20. When I was 20, that's when I feel like I started to take life super seriously. Okay. The most likely root cause too much terminal rendering pressure across many mounted terminal caused the render event to stall temporarily. Would there be a way to prevent this from happening without breaking existing functionality? I'm just not sure what the exact root cause was, because it did stall out on me for about 20 seconds, and that's not a good user experience. When I was 16, I was throwing rocks, yeah. I think that UI is kind of, I think that UI is a bit subjective, right? Because I don't think that I think that people will say, oh, the UI looks AI generated, but that's because you know it was generated using AI, right? So I think that the UI is great, to be honest. I think I like the UI. I probably don't have huge plans to like change the UI too much. It'll get better over time, but right now I'm happy with where it's at. Microsoft just released their coding and thinking models. Oh, whoa. Wait, where's that? Can somebody find a link to that? Microsoft. Oh, wow. RTX Spark Dev Box. Wait a minute. I don't see anything on that yet. Is there any quick fixes that we could do though that would improve the performance in this area? Oh, the DGX stations are 100K? That's insane. Alright. Nah, no updates to the tech stack. Any changes that you make, we need to make sure that they are not breaking changes though. So let me know if there are any changes that we could make that you know with absolute certainty that would not be breaking changes that cause a bunch of issues. That's what happened with the Opus 4.8. UltraCode, UltraCode can introduce like very big issues into your code base. Just so you guys know, you want to be careful with UltraCode. All right, let's test this. We're gonna go back over here. Any advice for a 13-year-old? 13 is like very, very young. All I know is that if you're 13, even if you throw like 1 hour of like, if you start getting into like software development at 13, you are so young that if you just throw very small amounts of time into things that are gonna help you move forward in life, you will be so far ahead of people when you get like to my age, that even once you get to like 20 years old, let's say, you still can like pull. I mean, really at any age, like if you just discipline yourself. I mean, it's not really, it doesn't make sense. I feel like when you're 13, you have like you're so much in your youth that it doesn't make sense to like be working all the time, right? But if you do just throw some of your time towards, you know, being productive and making things happen, I think that it's going to pay off for you in a huge way. Yeah, consistency is the key, and you do learn faster at that age, 100%. Okay, do you guys see how this froze up on me right here? So I am going to use cursor for this, and we'll throw it in debug mode. I was using BridgeSpace, and all of a sudden it seemed to freeze up on me, and I wasn't able to click around the BridgeSpace terminals or the workspace. Would you help me debug this and figure out why it happened? All right, so we're gonna put this in debug mode, and we are gonna just do BridgeSpace. Okay. All right, guys, with what we have, I think that the best updates that we can make is just bug fixes. Like, just focus in on, we just shipped a big update. Let's focus in on some bug fixes. Okay. All right, this one fixed. Launch 2 deep dive agents and confirm that the update was implemented perfectly. Hey there. Okay, hold on here.
Hey, what are we doing?
I need you to launch 3 deep dive agents and review the functionality associated with the Bridge Jarvis voice orchestration agent in BridgeSpace. And note that we need to review how it begins recording the user's voice. As soon as the user taps it to activate it, it should start recording immediately. Right now, it seems like there's a little bit of a delay. And then also after I click it, it almost is like it interferes with my mic and my audio on my computer, and I'm not exactly sure why this is happening. Would you launch these deep dive agents, pinpoint the bug, and fix this respectively? All right. Yeah, Opus 4.8 is way slower than 2PD 5.5 at this point. Maybe it's just because I'm using this fast mode, but man, it is very slow. I want you to begin building out something that we are going to refer to as Bridge Canvas. This is going to be a canvas workspace. If you look at BridgeSpace, you will note that this is kind of a terminal grid workspace where users are able to launch terminal panes and manage them, but we want to build out a new prototype for something that we're going to call Bridge Canvas. And I want you to just focus in on creating an incredible design to start with. We should integrate the Bridge Jarvis voice orchestration agent, but instead of it being in the right, like a right panel sidebar, we instead just want it at the very bottom where basically I can click on it and I'm able to orchestrate the terminals that are in the canvas, and it should be a canvas layout. So instead of a grid layout, it's a canvas layout where I'm able to drag the terminals wherever I want. I'm able to see the terminals in a canvas layout. I need you to review this, help me add bridge canvas to the welcome screen under BridgeSpace, and help me build out the incredibly designed prototype for this. All right, guys. You guys just saw, I'm gonna do a little exploration here. It'd be interesting to see what we can come up with. This is becoming more popular. I'm seeing a lot more canvas workspaces. I think this is something that we want to start with BridgeSpace. Check it out. Okay, Stain said, I feel that too. Takes 2 to 3 minutes to think for each prompt. Yeah, I don't know why. It's the GPT 5.5, the extra high, especially if you have it in fast. I mean, the one thing that I will say, the caveat to this, if I do status here, I mean, the limits are definitely changed. If you look at the limits, like, that is a different limit than we used to have. I have 21% left. Do you guys see this? So I have 21% of my limit left. I mean, Codex used to be like pretty much near like infinite, but now, what time is this? I guess this does reset though in 26 minutes. So the thing is that I'm about to hit my 5-hour limit, but it's about to reset. And then my weekly, I only have 55% left. So I actually am gonna hit my weekly limit because I only have 5 days left on this. Whoa. Hold up here. I want to take a screenshot of this. So I feel like Codex limits, you never had to worry about them before, but now you're actually gonna have to start factoring in your limits here, because look at this, 5 hour here, 21% left, but the weekly limit, I only have 55% left and I have 5 days left. So I'm definitely gonna hit my weekly limit for Codex. So they really must have decreased limits here on Codex. They had 10x until 31st if you're on the 5x plan. But start using subagent Codex, that will tank fast, yeah. Yeah, I think that, let's make a post about this because this is completely different than what I used to see with Codex a while ago. I mean, this is like a completely new Codex. You actually do hit your limits. Okay, Codex limits are definitely nerfed. I used to never worry about my limits using Codex. I've been using GPT 5.5 more the past 2 days and am already 45% through my weekly limit. Yeah, this is a completely different Codex than we had last week. I wonder who else is noticing this. All right, guys. Let me know in that post if you guys are experiencing this too, because that's definitely noticeable. No, it's 55% is left. I'm 45% of the way through my limit. So 55% is left, which means I'm 45% through my weekly limit. That's actually very surprising though. I mean, this is, that's very surprising. I'm not too worried about the session ID. I don't think that's sensitive. Yeah, I definitely noticed the differences because I'm about to hit my 5-hour limit. My 5-hour limit wasn't resetting in like 13 minutes. First of all, I would have hit that, but it's the weekly limits that I'm more concerned about. The weekly are like insane. Like those weekly limits are very 55%. So I'm gonna hit my weekly limit on ChatGPT Pro. That never used to be a factor, and now it is. So that's definitely something to note now. You're not going to be getting as much usage with ChatGPT Pro. I don't know, did they just bridge pull us? What happened? Wait, screenshot Discord and post it? Post what? Wow. Wow, okay. So a lot of people are saying that they're experiencing it as well. Dang. See, a lot of people reporting that it's reduced for them as well. Jake said, feel better, bro. Take care of yourself. First, drink water. Don't burn yourself out. You got it. Thank you, man. I appreciate that. I mean, guys, you know how it is. I mean, I just love doing this. And even though I'm sick, got the norovirus, it doesn't matter. Okay? It doesn't matter. We show up, we grind. If I throw up, I throw up. Who cares? I feel like sometimes people look for a good excuse not to work. Oh, I got the norovirus. I'm sick, guys. I can't stream today. All right, Super Combo. Super Combo is low key. He's kind of the GOAT when it comes to. I feel like there's so many messages though that are mixed though. Super Combo on this. If I was to post this as like a GIF or something. Everybody. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if that would be a good post, Super Combo. But yeah, they're definitely... Okay, guys, I'm really excited about this agent right here. So we are going to build out a little bit of a new workspace. This is going to be something that's going to be pivotal for BridgeSpace 4. It's going to be called Bridge Canvas. Canvas Workspaces. This is something that we had in alpha about 2 months ago. It was not a good approach, though. The way that we had it, it was too different of a workspace, okay? And I have a very good idea for what we're going to do with Bridge Canvas. You guys will get to see this as it slowly evolves today, but this is going to be the first time that we're going to be building this out. It's too expensive? What's too expensive? But yeah, like you guys can see that, hey, the Codex limits are so different now. Okay, let's see if this did fix it. Let's go over here. All right. I need you to open up 6 Claude. I did start recording initially though. Did you check out the Cartesia streaming speech-to-text model and artificial analysis? I have not seen that one, no. You can run UltraCode with Codex and OpenCode models via a plugin. That's cool. Yeah, I mean, the UltraCode, I'm going to be honest with you guys, I'm not loving it. I feel like with the... Now, it did fix the issue that we had with like the centering and whatnot, which was good, but I don't know. I guess it's mixed. Like if you're having a hard time building something, it's just that in a normal workflow, I feel like UltraCode takes so long and uses so much usage that it's hard to justify it. All right, so I can literally click this. I need you to open up 7 Codex agents. What's going on here? Connection error? Don't like that. What's going on? Let's fix this. Uh-oh. Dang, here's another. It just froze up again. Did you guys see that? Okay, restart. So the information. Okay, we have to test this, guys. So we do have a little bit of a freezing issue. We're definitely going to ship out an update for this and fix it. Official James said, hey Matt, quick question that I've been wrestling with. How do you know when an agent's context is bloated and it's time to kill it and spin up a fresh one and then port its context to the new one? So yeah, so you can definitely play it by ear, but I would not like be submitting a bunch of context in the same agent. Like you want to use an agent that like, I would be careful to not like summarize the context and then give it to another agent too early. But if you have an agent that like just do task by task, right? And then if you've been working in an agent for like 30 minutes and you've put like a ton of tokens through that, just know that, yeah, it's going to hallucinate more. You're going to have some issues with that. Okay, do you guys see that this is not good. We need to ship out an update for this for sure. You guys see how it's completely frozen right now. Maybe it was, so it just unfroze. But it could have something to do. I mean, we have a ton of terminals open up on the workspace in general. Oh geez, oh, we're getting spammed here. Okay, Jake said if you could pick between only one $200 Claude Max plan or $200 Codex plan for the people who can only afford one, which would you pick? Claude Code. I think that Claude Code is the best overall model. GPT is good. It has good back-end skills, but you're just missing out on too much that Claude brings to the table. ShreeX. Also, ShreeX, it's good to see you. It's been a while. All right, so let's go over here. So look, you guys see, this is perfect. This is perfect. So I just reproduced the error. You guys see how I reproduced that error? I can't click around. I'm clicking right now. That's actually perfect because Cursor is going to be able to debug this. If we pull up Cursor, do you guys see how it has 198 logs? So now I'm going to proceed, and Cursor is going to be able to figure out exactly what's causing this performance issue. And then we're gonna ship this code, especially now that we have this update. What are your thoughts on the Chinese resellers of OpenAI and Claude API usage? I am unfamiliar with it. All right, Super Combo, I'll check DM. Hold on. Super Combo, you're the goat, dude. All right, Super Combo just dropped in a screenshot to post on X from the BridgeMind community's response to Codex pulling the rug on us here. All right, hold on here. Send your invite link. Is Anthropic worth $1 trillion? Probably. Okay. Can you do gift in Claude Code and share it? I don't think I have any anything to gift. I think you guys have used all of them up. BridgeSpace does go hard, yes. Boycott Codex so they give limits back. Do you remember when we did that with Claude Code? That actually low-key worked. Alright. Oh wow. Holy repost. Oh, this one's gonna have reach, boys. Let's go. Alright, restart BridgeSpace. So this is the debug mode that is super useful to use. If you don't use Cursor, I do think that this debug mode is literally worth having a Cursor subscription in itself. Do you have any new ideas, or are you continuing to work on BridgeMind? I've got a lot of new ideas. The thing is, though, is that like there is an element to focus that, hey, if you do focus on a singular product, you are going to perform better. So there's all sorts of ideas that I have, and there's a ton of things I'm gonna do, and you guys will get to see me do. Okay, you guys see this? Another glitch here. So it literally just freezes out. I click around, I'm trying to click. So now let's go back over to Cursor, and look at this, 7,000, 8,000, 9,000 logs. Okay, so obviously we have a pretty big issue here. Let's close that. Can you test the new Microsoft, their own AI models? I haven't seen them yet. Why don't you use Hermes? I do use Hermes. I have 5 Hermes agents. I can test the Microsoft models. I just haven't seen anything. Could you drop a link in the chat? I'll check it out. Why don't you use BridgeVoice to send commands through MCP to BridgeSpace directly? Because you have that working. I did it for my agent, and it's sending commands through. What do you mean through a MCP? I think your typing speed has decreased. It definitely has. Abinab, my typing speed. Hold on, we can actually test it, but I mean, after using, I mean, my typing speed used to be over 300. Let's test it real quick. Let's test this. All right, hold on. All right, so it used to be over 100. Let's test this. It's still 100 with 90% accuracy. Let's go! Okay, we're good. So my typing speed have not gotten too much worse. We're good. OG Tessie said, I remember 86, not over 100. Maybe we had 86 when I tested with you, but it's been 100 before. Okay, let's see if we fix this now. Hold on, I want to see what Cursor actually said that it was, though. Did it figure it out? It says, the second log is very large. The logs prove the issue is a stale deferred focus loop. After a click, many active pane updates happen without new pointer down events. Okay, so it looks like it found the issue. Okay, no bugs yet. Nice. Yeah, it looked like it fixed the bug. Oh, man, it looks fixed. So cursor fixed the bug with debug mode in 3 attempts. That's pretty good. Yeah, so guys, a lot of people on X are talking about the Codex usage. So pretty much now that there's no more 2x usage, it's very, very noticeable that that plan has been nerfed, okay? To save you constantly typing out tari dev local, if you just type the up arrow, it'll go to your previous input in a same, yeah, well, ultimate shots, I totally agree with you, yeah. So one thing though is that okay, do you guys see the bug? We just got it again. So we're gonna have to push out this update because that is a very annoying bug. So if you click in the BridgeSpace terminals too fast, like you click around, it's gonna freeze BridgeSpace, okay? So that's a bug. Wow. Also, guys, if you guys are watching and haven't already liked and subscribed, make sure you do so. We're about to ship another update to BridgeSpace right now. This will be version 3.1.2. Big update went out today. Plenty more updates going to get shipped out. I've got to say, I'm happy that I grinded through it. Wait, OG Testy. Oh, what? Codex? You don't think that Codex is good? Yeah, Codex is cooked, yeah. Splitfire said, I wouldn't be able to sleep if I vibe coded like this. There are probably 10 more bugs like this that you don't know about. The thing is, though, is that, like, I think that you have to remember that all of this was built vibe coding in the first place. Like, if I wasn't using this, you literally wouldn't be, I wouldn't have been able to build it in the first place. And you can use AI to solve bugs. So, you know, that's just software development, right? So we have a bug here. It's frozen. If you click around the application, it's gonna, so there we go. Now it's unfrozen. We're back. Yeah, John the Dragon. I've got norovirus. So if you know what that is, basically norovirus is a really bad stomach virus. I was up at 2 a.m. this morning, and I've been throwing up all day. Thankfully, I did take what's called I can look up the actual thing. It's an anti-nausea thing. But I think it was that. I don't know if it was the anti-nausea medicine that I took or the 50 bomb, but one of the two made it so that I stopped throwing up so frequently. Okay. Yeah, so somebody in the chat, I actually do agree with this. He said, if this wasn't vibe coded, there would be the same amount of bugs, if not more, except it would have taken 100x the time. That is very well said. Like, people have this ideology where they're like, oh, because it's vibe coded, you have these bugs. No, but that's just software development, dude. Like in general. Okay, so this is ready to go here, guys. So we did fix that, man. Cursor is actually pretty solid. Let's go over here. I want to see the browser real quick and just see how this browser functionality. Oh my gosh, it's great. One thing though, let's go back over here. I need you to note that we're still not seeing the search bar, and then that bottom white space is still there. Okay, Santh over on X said, one rec I have is using a local model for compaction in Claude Code Codex because you really don't need a frontier model for compaction. It uses a lot of tokens for no reason. But the thing is how much is that going to disrupt your workflow though? Like if you're like, you can just use a compact feature. I don't have problems with usage limits because I have 3 Claude Max plans. Now I may have to get another Codex plan because all of a sudden Codex just rug pulled everybody without the 2x usage. It is a significant nerf on that Codex plan. Just so you guys know, it is very noticeable. Sam Altman said, oh, it's an expensive model, but all of a sudden now GPT 5.5 is more expensive than Claude, and now they just rug pulled everybody on the usage limits. So just a heads up for everybody. Have you seen the new computer NVIDIA has shown? Yeah, I did see that on X, yeah. We can have minimal bugs if we have robust test cases and make sure the agents follow TTD. Well, 100%. Man. Maybe they are nerfing before GPT 5.6. Well, here's the thing, though, Joseph, is that they're not nerfing the model. They're nerfing the usage, okay? So those are two different things. Like, typically, before we have a new model drop, it's very common to see, let's say that they start nerfing the model, right? The model starts to get a little bit dumber, right? That is very common to see before a new model release. We saw that with Opus 4.6 before Opus 4.7 came out. But this is not that. This is they are genuinely... They just rug pulled the usage. So it's a 50% decrease. So that's a pretty big deal, to be honest with you guys. Is Cursor good? Yes, Cursor is very good. I've got like $13,000 in Cursor credits, though. It is expensive. I'm on there, like, somehow they know that my account, they know that I'm BridgeMine somehow, so they give me credits. I don't have like a sponsorship from them, but they just give me like 10,000 credits a month. Nomad said that Altman has to pay all the lawyer fees that he has. Yeah. I have not tried T3Code, no. We want to see BridgeMine reach ARR 1 million before GTA 6. It's definitely possible. Isn't it coming out in November this year, though? So I have to hit it by November. We'll see. Wake said, Matthew, last month GPT had a promo. Times 20 was 25x, and times 10 was 10x. Yeah, it's definitely noticeable, that's for sure. 10K, yeah, USD of credits. It's actually a little bit more. I'll just show you guys. Let me pull up my Cursor dashboard so you guys see what it looks like. So you can see this. So here's my Cursor dashboard. So you can see I've got 13,808. I've used 3,000 in credits. But note that typically when I am using Cursor, because I have these credits, for example, I'll put it in like Opus 4.8 fast. So I'll do things that I don't necessarily have to do, right? So I'll literally do things where I'm like, let me just rip through Opus 4.8 fast, and it'll cost a bunch of money. But since it's not really my money, I'm like, I don't really feel bad about it. So if someone wants to buy BridgeMine for $5 million, would you sell it? No. Okay. I need you to know that autocomplete is literally not working at all. Would you launch 5 deep dive agents and figure out what is causing this and help me get this fixed? All right, let's test this. So we want to see the browser. This was Composer 2.5. We want to see the browser have a search, and then we also want to see it have that bottom border fixed. It's not man, guys. Composer 2.5 does not cut it. Like, I'm just gonna be honest. It's not getting it. It's not getting it, guys. I mean, I have 17 logs. Test the new Microsoft AI models. Where are they, though? I don't think that they're in, like, OpenRouter, though. I'm checking. John the Dragon said, are you not saving those cursor credits for the girlfriend vibe coding stream? That would be sick. I mean, technically it was her idea. How big is the BridgeMind code base across all BridgeMind products? It's pretty big. Use Opus 4.8 fast with debug. Yeah, I think that's what we're going to have to do. So, for example, Composer 2.5 fast is not solving it. And this is why I spend so much on cursor. So this model right here, we'll just edit it. We'll put it in fast thinking, and we'll just throw it on max. And this is literally like the strongest, fastest model that you can get right now. You have been using GPT 5.4 more lately, aren't you? For certain things, not for everything. Somebody said, and there goes your credits, yeah. Dustin, the thing is like, I want the BridgeMind community to succeed. Like for me, just having the BridgeMind community and being able to have like built that, to be honest with you, I just like, if I would say that there's one accomplishment that I could point to that I feel like has been the biggest accomplishment, it's not reaching 200K ARR. It's actually building the community. That was harder than the 200K ARR. Building the community, being consistent, showing up every day, giving back to you guys with like project sharing events and vibe-a-thons and stuff. You know, that has been the biggest accomplishment, where there just isn't another vibe coding community like this one, you know? Like, let's just go. I'm gonna give a quick shout out to newly joined members of the community. Let's go over here. So look at this, welcome. So there are now 11,172 people in this Discord server. Just so you know, this is the largest vibe coding community in the world. Like, that is independent from like Anthropic or OpenAI. This is the largest vibe coding based community. Nothing even comes close. If you guys haven't already joined, there's a link in the chat. One of the moderators will also drop one. But shout out to Poseidon. Shout out to Yamas. Shout out to J-Tame. Welcome to the community, guys. I'm happy that you're here. We're going to have a project sharing event tomorrow. So this is an event. It's going to be tomorrow at 1 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. And 6 members of the BridgeMind community are going to be able to present their projects live. And 1 member is going to win $100 in Bitcoin. So that's a really cool thing that we do. And, you know, I love doing it. All right, so I did say that it applied fixes. Let's go back over here and see if it did apply those fixes. Now, I do want to do a quick restart here. And then, honestly, we may or may not be able to get this. I think that we just need to ship the update to solve the rendering issue. Do you work somewhere else, or it's your main income? What do you do daily? So you're literally looking at it. Like, what I did when I started BridgeMind is I set aside some investment, and I said, hey, I'm going to put this money aside, and I'm just going to go all in. And if I lose all this money, I lose all of it, but I'm going to go down with a fight. And so, for example, here's the Stripe dashboard today. So yesterday I made 1,200. Today so far 575. I have a payout of 3,100 coming tomorrow. If I look at the main dashboard that basically compiles all of our revenue over the last 3 weeks, or I guess it's 4 weeks, I've done 26,000 in gross volume, 22,000 in net volume, and MRR is at 17,700. And this is, remember, this is all from Stripe subscriptions. So at this point, you know, with how big this has gotten, I don't need like another job. And I can just go all in completely on BridgeMind. BridgeMind is profitable. Okay, I did get it. Composer 2.5 did get the issue this time, guys. Okay, that's actually perfect. So in the debug mode, do you guys see this now? How it's actually perfect? So this browser now it did build exactly what we needed it to do. So this is perfect, and that it used Composer 2.5, and Composer 2.5 did do that. So I can just do mark fix now because this has been fixed. OG Testy, congrats, you built it. Shout out to you. You helped me meet a lot of amazing people in this space. Yeah, OG Testy, I appreciate that, man. And it's been great getting to know you as well. I wish that I could do, like, I could spend more time in like voice channels and stuff as I used to. But honestly, like, now I just feel like between all the different responsibilities I have, No, Super Combo. It wasn't Opus. It wasn't Opus. So it was, I think it was, look at this. Issue reproduced. Oh, actually, you're right. It was Opus. All right, you're right. It was Opus. Huh. Yeah, you're right. So it was Opus, not Composer 2.5. Okay, Jake said, can you do a video testing the Google Hermes-like agent called Google Spark that's supposed to be your personal 24/7 assistant? It's on Google Max plan. I can do that. Yeah, I do have the Google Ultra plan, so I can give that a shot. But yeah, I can't spend as much time as I used to be able to, like in like voice channels and stuff. It's unfortunate, but the truth of it is like I wake up at 5 a.m. and I literally am just like busy till my head hits the pillow. I can't get to everything anymore. It's unfortunate, but that's what happens when you start to, you know, make some progress and stuff. Is just that you have more stuff to do, and that's okay. Hisham said, drink water. Thank you, dude. Oh, guys, bridge canvas. All right. I don't like the... Do you guys see the effects here in the background? Was it this one, right? No, it wasn't that one. It was this one. I want you to make the background a solid background right now. It has this weird effect in the background. Fix it, polish it up, make it solid. John, I canceled it, but I still have it till the end of the month. As far as I know, you're achieving all this without sponsorship, and that's what sets you apart from others. Thank you, man. I appreciate that. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, like, I get a ton of emails for sponsors and stuff. And the money like is a fair amount. The money is like, for example, if somebody wanted me to do a 10 to 20 minute YouTube video, the prices, the offers that I'm getting are 10,000. Okay, and I just feel like it's a waste of my time to do sponsorships, to be honest, because you do a sponsorship video and sure you make the money, but that's just such a waste of my time. Like, how much of my time am I gonna spend like pouring my effort into making some like ad, basically, for some, like, if somebody wanted to sponsor me, it would literally have to be, you pay me, I'll do a video of your product, you don't get any review. If you want me to make a video or a review video, you pay me, but you have no control over what I say and what I do. And it would then also have to be something that also is relevant. I'm not gonna go sponsor some goofy, or sponsor, like, do a video on something that's goofy, you know what I mean? Oh, shoot. Okay, shout out to Mute the App. Thank you, dude. All right, so this now is showing up. It doesn't look like it's available quite yet. Oh, wait, now it is. Hold up here. Whoa. So we have 3 models that are dropping from Microsoft today. They're not quite yet available, but it is now here. 3 Microsoft models did just drop. Okay, thank you. Mute the app. The cursor isn't a sponsorship. I don't have like a sponsorship where cursor, where like I'm obligated to like create content for cursor. Basically, somehow, actually it was Eric. You know who it was? It was Eric. He asked me, he sent me a DM on X, and he was like, what's your email? And I gave him my email, and he was like, credits incoming. And that was it, right? Like, that's, I don't see that as a sponsorship. That's them, they're just like, give this guy credits, you know? And I think it's, I wouldn't be using Cursor if I didn't have those credits, to be honest with you. It's too expensive. But it's not like your official sponsorship, like, oh, you have to make a video, you know what I mean? I saw PewDiePie launch the product. Is this what you're building too? I saw people have been talking about PewDiePie's thing. I haven't seen much about it though. So a couple they give all creators that use cursor credits. Okay. Okay, let's see this here. All right, we're not going to ship this. Note that I do not want this shipped. Create a feature flag for this and hard code it to false to begin with. Somebody said that's a real sponsorship, in my opinion. You think so? That's crazy of all people to get into vibe coding. I didn't expect PewDiePie. Yeah, people are talking about it. I've seen a lot of people in the chat talking about it. Okay, John the Dragon said his product is very different from BridgeSpace. It's basically just a LM Studio fork. Okay, good to know. Thank you. Yeah. Yeah, I've seen a lot of other creators get that cursor sponsorship too. I mean, it's smart from them. All right, guys, we are about to ship out an update to BridgeSpace. If you guys are interested in trying out BridgeSpace, I am going to create a very limited coupon code. It's only going to go to 3 people, but this is going to be the day 186 fire sale. It's going to be for a fixed percentage off. It's going to be for 65% off, and we are going to give, so it's going to be for Ultra, it's going to be for Basic, and it's going to be for Pro. And this is going to be, the duration is going to be forever. So it's 65% off your plan forever. This is going to be day 186. Or wait, is it day, oh, it's day 187. Sorry, I'm mixing up the days here. All right, day 186, it's going to be limited to just 3 people. This one's going to be very limited. So if you want to try out BridgeSpace, we did just ship out a pretty big update. If you guys want to check it out, day 187. Just use this for 65% off. Let's go. All right. All right, perfect. All right, we are ready to ship. All right, Claude, I'm gonna go over here. I'm gonna drag and drop my deploy skill. I need you to bump the version of BridgeSpace, and I need you to deploy all local changes to GitHub with the version label to release this version, respectively. Do you use any Remotion for creating high-quality motion graphic videos or something else as well, along with Remotion to bring it up a notch? So I do use Remotion. I don't think it's like fantastic, but I do use it when I do create videos. What would you do for $1 million? I mean, that's an interesting question. I mean, guys, honestly, especially now that like BridgeMine is becoming a success, it just is. You know, it's like getting the MRR up and getting the money in my bank account. That's not really what's fulfilling to me. What's fulfilling to me more is just that, like, fold everything in. You know, it's the community, building that community. So it's not like, oh, what would I do for $1 million? I mean, what would I do for $1 million? Not much. If you just get $1 million, like from the lottery, it's going to probably ruin your life. Claude feels way too slow for me today. Yeah, I mean, I feel like it is slow. They need to release the fast mode inside of, they need to release fast mode, like, period. Spider-Man has started vibe coding. All right, so this version is deploying. This has some bug fixes in it, but this is a very big update for BridgeSpace, guys. I feel like we made a ton of progress today. We've been streaming for 4 hours and 20 minutes, so I think that this is a good place to stop for the day. I'm going to rest up a little bit. But guys, this is why you show up. Even if you're not feeling good, even if you're feeling like you don't want to work or whatever, show up regardless, because I think that this session has been a perfect example. If you show up and grind, even if you're not feeling well, you will make progress and it will be worth it. So with that being said, I will see you guys tomorrow. I'll be live same time as I was today, 10:30 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. Let's keep pushing forward. We have a project sharing event tomorrow. If you haven't already joined the BridgeMind Discord community, the home of the vibe coding movement, make sure you do so. And with that being said, I will see you guys in the future. Whew. How's a good stream? Not right now. Oh my gosh. Hey Sam, what's up? Oh, you saw my post on X?